I hear what you're saying, man, but it has to deal with intellect. But the thing is, can you be intellectually honest with yourself and with everyone? That's another thing. It could be a test in that as well, because we're gonna see whether it's true that you can follow an intellectual exercise. I would say, from my perspective, for you, anyone who coming into this, do you think you can pass the test of being intellectually honest with yourself and with everyone?
I think before I were to engage with it, I would sit here for a while and
Okay.
listen and study and understand the not the game, but understand the process.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Fair point. Um,
I'm enjoying myself so far. I liked what you were saying. If I could
okay.
ask a few questions, maybe about the
Yes, you can ask questions.
sweet. Um, so the initial claim I was responding to, I think, was that the moon um, is visible in the same way everywhere on Earth. Is that what you said?
The face of the moon.
Yeah. So the face of the
Yes.
moon is it's always facing you, no matter where you are on the planet. And my question, oh, okay. So do you believe that people have been to the moon and or have put like satellites and shit up in space?
No. And I could follow up with the reason behind that, but I'll wait to you if you want to know more or not. But the short answer is no.
Okay.
Is that it?
No, 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 no. Listen. I'm standing in my kitchen. I'm doing
Okay.
dishes. I'm just more.
Ah.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to hijack the conversation here, but I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
you.
not.
You're trying
You're
to bring
not.
me
It's
in. I
just
appreciate that.
it's I'm actually opening up the floor because we're identifying new people that are jumping in here to this chat and just like welcoming them into it. This is a this topic is not a normal one, so it's kind of hard to have it.
I
But
understand.
however, we are people that are not just gonna give you something just for the sake of saying, "Hey, would you like to be a flat earther? Hey, just believe the Earth is flat and it's all good." You know, it's not that, bro. It's deep in the sense of like when we start talking about things that contradict the knowledge that you have so far of the Earth being a globe. Um, and then it's gonna come into like it's gonna start clashing with your belief system in it, like your belief in the globe. So but that's why I'm saying if you can think of something, then we can have the conversation. Because otherwise, I don't know. There's let me see if there's somebody else in here. That way you can do dishes, and once you're done, um,
Right on.
we got Ivor that's in the chat. Ivor, if you're there, we're welcoming you to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the politics server. Do you have any position that you'd have on this topic, Ivor?
And for everyone else, be aware we have a main server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and that has I don't even know how much information on it. A lot. I couldn't put a number.
Yeah, the rooms at the bottom have, and because he says he can't put a number because people keep putting information in every day. So there's always stuff. There's enough content. Excuse me, enough content for you to keep you busy for a long time. So we've had people that have passed away and that have contributed legacies of their information in there. So we have an archive of a ton of stuff. It's worth a look. Yeah, put it that way. It's worth a look. But Ivor, if you're there, yeah, just go ahead and chime in, man. We want to talk to people. The nature of this conversation, it's not normal, so we can understand people get very passionate about it. That's okay. Just I don't know. I guess we really can't put too much control on it because everybody we know how it must have felt to know that the Earth is. Some people are saying the Earth isn't a globe. It's
I I
it's
posted the
astonishing.
video. Uh, if you go to the video, you go to 1 minute, and I think it's 1 minute 34 of the video. It basically shows the sunspot over the clouds.
Mm.
And basically, the argument is for a sunspot to be on clouds like that, um, it'd have to be local. Whereas if it was farther away, the sun wouldn't make a spot. It'd be like a flashlight. You know, you bring a flashlight closer to the floor and you see a spot. Whereas if you take the flashlight further away, it branches out and the light shows up on a lot of the surface.
talking about the one that's up in the air and the clouds are below and the sun is in one spot and there's a sunspot.
It's nestled. It's nestled in the clouds.
Oh, that one? I don't know.
It's a different one. I don't know if you've seen that one, but the one that he's showing, I haven't seen that one. Oh, no. Take it back. No, what he's mentioning is an actual sunspot on the Earth. It's kind of like, you know, what do you call that?
There isn't going to be a spot, I can tell you that. And if you're going to see it's going to be a reflection. It's going to look like that.
Yeah.
Reflect. Clouds are just like water; their surfaces reflect.
Yeah, I don't. It's not an issue.
Hey Alpha, I'm gonna personally just send you these 2 photos of the moon that I took the last full moon.
All right. We got question mark that's right above me. Question mark, if you're there. We're talking to people that are brand new to the channel, and we want to know what your position is on the topic. If you're here.
What's the topic?
Well, 24/7 flat Earth. Of
Flat
course.
Earth, that's the topic.
But of course, we
What's
want
the 24/7 about?
that there's a group of
Like the Earth is always flat, or
no.
is that
It
something
just it did
or sometimes?
no. So I'll tell you, Jeff Bezos, or I love Jeff Bezos. This is a group of individuals, a collective of people, right, from every nation, I would say, almost every nation under the sun, who continuously are able to be vigilant and coming into a voice call and talking to people about the understanding that the Earth is not what we've been told. So that's what it stands for. We're on 24/7. There's always going to be somebody in here from our, or at least from our group, that is going to be able to stand and tell you about it. So it just means that we're always on. We have the endurance, you know. And I tell you, the passion, the endurance, we ain't going nowhere.
So you've got the endurance, but no job.
Job? What do you mean
The
job?
fuck?
This
What
is his
job?
job.
What job?
I just got home from work.
Is that a jab into like what I do?
I think it is.
That's fine. Because if that's all you have, then what difference would it make? Because you don't have any evidence for the globe. So if your idea of mockery or mocking me is your way of winning, it's lowbrow as hell, bro. It
So you
really
guys believe
is.
the Earth is flat,
It's not a belief.
but
No,
then what is it?
it's true knowledge. When we make that statement, that means that if anybody has anything to counter that the Earth is flat and stationary, you're gonna have to demonstrate it to be so. Because your observation and
Flat.
mine. Sorry, did you want to? Did the middle of my
flat.
sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
So it's flat.
I'm trying to figure this out, man, because you're just being rude at this point. Do you want to have a conversation, or you, bro? It's not a problem, because when you go and make your observation, do you see a globe? First of all, Jeff Bezos, out into the field. When you go out into the field, where do you see a globe, sir?
How many dimensions do we think? we are in?
Answer the question. This is a back and forth. If you don't want to answer it, you can have a seat. Do you see a globe when you go out into the real world?
Oh,
Okay, then. What do we observe?
I don't know.
And I'd suggest that you go out and see for yourself. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nighttime. It's
All right.
nighttime right now, but there's a problem. Though.
I don't see a problem.
So it's flat. So if it's flat, how thick is it?
Nobody. Okay. Let me just say this so that it could clear the air. Nobody
You
is
know why
making it.
I'm saying
I know why you're saying this, because in your mind,
Why?
there's something that exists like a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid. So if we're making a claim that the Earth is flat, you in your mind is thinking, well, you guys have to have a description of what the entire Earth looks like, or at least a model of it. I know why you're asking that question. It's been asked to me a million times. I know why you're saying what you're saying. But so I'm going to relate it back to you in that there's nobody on this call that is laying a claim to a shape, sir. However, you have one in mind. So you're building up a false dichotomy in your mind because you say, well, in my head, the Earth exists as a globe. And it only does in your mind. But I even asked you, do you go out into nature and see a globe? Your answer was no. And then you said, I don't know when I ask you if you go out and see it. So I know every direction you're going to try to say. I already know this, but I'm letting you answer the question. Yes?
So even if it's flat, do you think it's three-dimensional?
Dude, are you talking about land topography or the whole entire Earth being a particular shape? I don't know what you mean by that question. Be specific.
The latter.
Lantern? What are you saying?
The latter.
That the whole entire Earth, I just told you. Nobody, not even you, who think the Earth is a globe, knows what the entire Earth is. That's a knowledge claim. It's a truth claim too, if you say that you know. But it's a knowledge claim anyway.
Whatever shape that has a flat, whatever shape it will be, will have at least one flat surface and will be three-dimensional.
Hello, listen.
Oh my God.
Agree or disagree?
We're not floating in space, so it's not a shape. You got it? The surface is flat, on sea level, on water we're talking about. If you want to talk about mountains and bumps on the world, that's different. We can measure how high things are, big deal.
We're not floating in space.
How do you know you're floating? Do you feel like you're in a cosmic vacuum right now? Do you know that you are?
Well, either way, it has to be.
Either way, I'm asking you a direct question. Do you know that you're in a cosmic vacuum right now, Jeff Bezos?
No, let's say no.
All right, then. We've got 2 no's from you on a claim that you think that you know what's going on, sir. Are you getting the picture now?
Think about it.
I'm just saying, you need to think about it. You're asking me to think about it? You haven't even thought about this.
Listen. So, if it's flat, how many dimensions would it have?
Oh my God, bro. How many times are we going to answer this?
Wow.
You're really stuck in the mud, bro. It's been told to you, and I'll say it again. Hopefully this time it sticks, right? We're waiting for that time where you're like, oh, okay. So you guys aren't laying a claim to shape. Aha, I get it. We're not laying a claim. Well, then what answer do you want? What?
So just like you expected a straight answer from me, I'm
Yes,
expecting a straight answer from you.
I did. We are not laying a claim to shape. I'm already telling you. What are you not getting?
I can answer
What's
this
the
for
minimum
you.
number of dimensions our Earth will have
Fucking hell,
if it's flat?
I can answer this for you if you shut up. We live in 3D. I can touch things. It's three-dimensional. Yeah. We don't live on a flat piece of paper. Do you get that?
Right. So,
okay, that's all
would you expect the Earth? Would you expect the Earth to have 3 dimensions?
We're not. Listen, bro. We experience the physical and natural world the way it is. We don't expect something to be something. It just is, brother. Do you understand that? It just is. You don't have to expect it to be something. It just is. It's naturally what it is. Now, for you to make what?
So how many dimensions do you think?
How many we think? I don't want to talk about how many we think, bro. This guy is done, bro. He's cooked.
He's done. He's done this before, but not with this.
How many do you think? Why do we got to go to how many do you we don't rely on people's opinions or thought processes. We rely on what can be tested and verified. If you're telling me what I think, I don't know. In that case, if it's relied on that, I could say whatever I want, right? And the Earth will just magically be because I thought so. I think. Doesn't rely on that, dude. That's what you've been told. So we said it 3 or 4 times. There's no reason to keep going around it. You're like, just like I answer you directly. I don't know. Integral, it sounded like you were piggybacking off of what he was saying. Do you think the same way this guy does?
No, not necessarily.
All right. So what is your position on the topic of this room, sir?
I mean, what's the top? I don't know the exact topic. I don't know what your actual claim is. You're saying that you're saying, no, let me hear me out.
All
You're
right.
saying that you're not all you're claiming is that the Earth isn't what we're told it is.
And
That's
then
all,
we
right?
go and then we go farther into telling you why it's flat and stationary. But first of all, we have to tell you what it's not before we tell you what it is, because you're going to not understand if we just tell you what it is, because you're going to be fighting against it every step of the way. And I don't want that. I'd rather you understand that it's not what you've been told first. And then once we get over that hurdle, then we can talk about what it is, because then you're at least listening. Or at least I think you should be.
Yeah.
But okay,
Why,
so
why is there day and night in different parts of the world? You know,
yeah, because the sun's proximity to where you're at. So as it moves closer, it's daytime. As it moves away, it's nighttime.
that time.
And if you're trying to figure this out in your head, as in, well, over a flat Earth, the sun would be showing to every nation in the world because it's a giant spotlight, will be shining on the entire Earth. Where I would say you're incorrect, because we have light attenuation through the air. Light attenuates through the air because air is a medium, and we have attenuation that happens in different mediums. And you could see that happening in water as well, right? Clear sunny day, a diver will go into the water, and as he goes farther in the depths, the light will only attenuate to a certain level of extinction. And once it extinguishes, then it becomes super dark, even on a clear sunny day. So light extinguishes to the medium that it's in, air, demonstratively so. And we can prove that by observing that the medium that it's in, it will travel to a certain level, and then it will, the light will diminish or at least lose its effectiveness throughout the medium, and then it will become less and less. But we observe this, so it's our
So hey,
observation.
Alpha, I gotta go. I gotta call my insurance company, but it was good
Sure, man.
talking to you. I'll tune
Yeah,
back in a little
come
bit.
back anytime, Frothy.
But did you check out those photos of the moon I sent you?
No, bro. I'll look into that stuff.
Because
I just
it has little to do with that light, that what you're talking about right now.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll
Uh,
we'll get into it later. But yeah.
Sounds good. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
So yeah.
I hope he doesn't think his pictures of the moon are different from my pictures of the moon.
Maybe not. I mean, let's hope not. So light attenuates through the air, and that's how we understand day and night is effective on Earth. So light doesn't travel forever, contrary to what you've been told. Not in the air, does it?
Hey, United States, you guys get a solar eclipse tomorrow. For us in Ohio, we're going to see part of it at between 11:30 and or 11 and 2:30.
So
Yeah.
during the day?
Yeah,
Is it during the day?
So if you got
Okay.
P900s and filters, get them out. If you don't have a sky tracker, you'll have to zoom out and try to get the whole thing on a time lapse.
Where's the maximum eclipse happening? At Corpus Christi, right? That's the best place.
I don't know. I didn't really look. I was just told by a group on Telegram.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for Integral. Looks like he was not much for a conversation, but
Yeah, the ass kickers are live behind you right now. They hear me talking. They see the chat. We don't take bullshit when we're around.
Red Clay was trying to jerk me around. So was Dante. Fucking charging people in here with saying things that didn't say. It's annoying, man. Red Clay's always charging us with things we didn't say. That's annoying. I don't like that. And then he was like, "They don't program you." I was like, "Bullshit, dude." The schools are fucking programming from the top to bottom, man. You go there to get programmed. When you come out of that motherfucker, you're gonna be programmed as shit, dude. You're gonna be talking exactly like how they want you to talk. They don't teach you how to think, they teach you what to think, bro. You're a fucking robot when you come out of that shit. Then out of it, you're just spouting up, parroting and shit, like regurgitating the same information they want you to know. There's no critical thinking going. I mean, obviously, the little bit of critical thinking that's involved is dealing within a certain framework. It's not, you don't think outside and like, oh, wait a minute, it could be something else. No, because you have to think within their paradigm. That's it. Telling me it's not programming, fuck out of here. Everybody knows that it's programming. Yeah, Morvis, you're gonna see that eclipse. You got to go to Corpus, Morvis, see it all fully eclipsed. That's what I heard. Oh! By the way, Morvis, which you'll be at a car show? I was gonna say, if you have any trees nearby, you could take a video of the trees. If you're gonna have that kind of eclipse, then your trees, like through the leaves, it's gonna shine. It's gonna look just like that on the ground. It's happened over here in Iowa, where I remember when they were doing that test, when the eclipse was happening, 2017. I saw it on the ground. All the light that was shining through the trees. It looked like little crescents. It was weird, bro. And then as it approached to like it only got to that level right there in 2017. And then it was like you could see stars. And then the cricket started chirping, bro. All outside, like, it was getting nighttime. All of nature was responding to it, like it was turning night. It was eerie. Anyways, I'm off and rolling on Rumble. I'm gonna do it right this time under this name, and it's gonna be a brand. So I wanted to reignite the Flat Earth Initiative, but with Alpha Veritas. So hopefully I can get that going. You guys are welcome to join too. Like, I want to have it on 24/7 though.
Are you using OBS?
Nah, I got Streamlabs. It's the same, but
Can you? Oh, so to defeat the system for clogging up the room with streams, all you do is share a screen, and then when you hit share your screen, it doesn't take up a live stream. So on my OBS, I do what I want on my OBS, and I send my main output screen to one of my monitors. Then I just share that monitor instead of opening up like a cam.
oh, so
Yeah.
you're just sharing a monitor. So it's just sharing a monitor, not opening up a cam.
Send all your stuff to one monitor as a monitor. I'm sure you can in that, and then you just share that screen.
Yeah, but the type of thing that I'm going to build up is just going to be voice, like a podcast. I mean, I was thinking about going live too. I don't mind, but
Well, in
I don't
here,
know.
I'm streaming. I will stream OBS. I just haven't, only because I've been so busy. But we are like, I wouldn't say we're not busy. We're on fire busy, but there happens to be a stopping point for about 5 days for me where I can fuck around. So I might just leave it running again like I was before.
That'd be good. Yeah.
I just have a bunch of stuff going on, all kinds of flat Earth stuff. Just flashes, I think, every 10 seconds. You got all kinds of different ones. Eclipses on there, the black swan shit. So when they look in there, gives by people that don't know anything. Hey, what's that mean? What's this? With they
Yeah.
eclipses prove that you live on a globe because they see it. You know what I mean? Then you can go, oh yeah, well that happens to be the eclipse that you don't want to hear about.
Well, they were charging us this morning. Was Dante and Red Clay were saying that we were explaining the eclipses. I was like, no, we fucking weren't. There's nobody that I know of in our team that does that. But they were like, yeah, fucking yeah, we're explaining eclipses, and I was like, no, they were not. How they work? No, they could tell you how the globe Earth is saying how they work, but they're not telling you how they work from our position.
Tell you
I don't think
100%
anybody's.
don't work. Okay, I can tell you
Yeah,
exactly how they don't work. That's what I tell people.
yeah. But they were charging us with it. Nah, they do say it. Maybe not you, but fucking hell. Like I couldn't. Like they were just on that tip. So really, what it is a case of they hearing what they want. They're just listening to what's ever going on in their head, how they managed to see what and so Dante was saying that when QE was telling him about the airplane flight, he was like, because I know airplanes, and he was saying it incorrectly, and I was like, dude, I know our QE is not going to say things that he doesn't understand. Like first he's like, yeah, he don't understand shit, and I was like, dude. But he was saying that he was wrong about flights, saying that if it was a globe, that it would operate this way. He's like, he's just wrong. He's just wrong. I was like, on the merit of what? Like, what is he saying incorrectly? If the Earth was a globe and the plane was flying on a tangent line, it would have to negotiate the curve. What do you mean? It doesn't have to. Like, it's flying straight. It doesn't follow a curve. It would have to if it was on a globe. You know what I mean? Like that's just I don't know. They don't see it that way. They're like because they're using the flight level curve, or excuse me, flight path is following the curve, which means that it's level to the ground. But I'm like, yeah, but you would have to negotiate the curve. Like, wouldn't that be the case? Like, why are we negating that?
But level is curving. So if you're going level, you're going curving.
Apparently, the claim anyway. They really do rationalize that in their head as to how that is the case. So far, it sounds like they're only listening to what they think is being said in this conversation, and then they charge us with information. They're like, "No, you said you explained eclipses." I'm like, "Bro, ugh." It was funny this morning because Red Clay was saying, they don't. There's no programming, bro. There's no program." And then after I told him, I was like, "How?" I was like, "It's just a fact, bro. You go to school, you get programmed." He's like, "No, no." I was like, "Yeah, you do. Fuck. What do you think they call it? A program, a curriculum? Duh." Like, fuck. I just made a straight truth claim and a fact. It is. Take that shit to the bank. If you tell me that's not a program, then I don't know how you're going to justify it because it is. The teacher can't go off script. They have to teach the children exactly what the curriculum outlines. That's how it's going to go. Are you saying to me that a teacher can teach whatever they want? I don't fucking think so. No, it's a job. You go into your job, you follow the curriculum, you get that task done, and you tell the students what the lesson was for the day. That's just what it is. It's just, and to say that's not the case is, I don't know. That's just being a contrarian, just for the sake of saying, "No, I don't believe you." Like, well, at least on that aspect, I know we can have some footing because they're not telling people at school that the Earth is flat.
Oh, you know what? It's a perfect time for me to fire up my sun and moon tracker and see exactly where everything's lining up and where is really the moon.
That'd be a good idea. What's up, Britnat? In the next episode of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Britnat explains why he's wondering about the Earth, shape of the Earth. What's up, dude? Ah, the old Stonewall routine, eh? All right.
He has
We
a
got
hard time here. I know you don't think so, but he has a real hard time in here.
who, Brit? Yeah, it's not easy. We got Dream in here. Who's Dream? Dream, have we spoken before? Are you the French gentleman that was in here? Dream? Oh, that's another guy I'm thinking of. No,
Come on, Dream.
that's
Tell us about
Necros.
your dreams.
I think that's Necros. Yeah, Dream's in here right now. He wants to or she, I don't know. Is it he, she? No one knows.
It.
He wants to it rubs the lotion on its skin.
What is a woman? Your mama.
Oh.
According to my sun and moon tracker, the moon is with the sun.
Right now?
Yeah.
There should be an eclipse somewhere, huh?
I'm this only when I program this, it's my coordinates. I don't want to change them to pull up anything else right now, but I can. to build another instance of it. I'll post it in here. Details are on the bottom, what the colors mean. Up the side is degrees, up the other side is degrees left and right. Or, yeah, no, whichever way. I don't have my glasses on. I can go into the future. I guess I can look and see exactly. Let me go into the future and see exactly when I'm going to have an eclipse. Because then this works for me because I've done this before with other things. I can see exactly what's happening. I go outside and it's exactly right there. So let me try. So looks like on the, what time is that? At 1 o'clock exactly, I will have an eclipse. I show this.
Oh, that's who's following me. Dreams is following me on Rumble right now. Dreams was my first follower.
CIA agent number 7.
Is that what that is, dude?
So you can see right on there, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bumps over on the bottom. That's an eclipse.
Do you have a new link for the Rumble account or?
Yeah, I don't know how to. I'm trying to see if I can generate it though. There's got to be because it says you can create your own channel. I'm kind of looking at how to do that. Like, fuck, did it? I did it before. Like, why the hell is it hard for me to search for how to do that? It's strange.
Because I think we did have this conversation already about Rumble.
Did we?
See, when the Globers spaz out and they get kicked out of the room, they miss out on the good shit that I post.
Yeah, Mayhem 100.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I've had that channel, but since then, I wanted a rebranding and content because it's Mayhem is great, but I wanted something a little bit more. I don't know. It's got a little bite to it. So when I was looking for names, and I came across this one, I was like, oh, this is good. I like it. It has meaning.
Yes.
It's got
So it's a different channel.
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what
Yeah,
I'm asking. Then I'll
Alpha
have to
Veritas,
find you.
and then because I was thinking of you as one of the people on the panel. I don't know if you're interested or not. I was going to ask you, but you're very knowledgeable, man, and we talk about subjects that kind of go outside a little bit of what we normally say. But on Rumble, we can have those conversations. They can be had.
Found you. Yeah, I'll jump in if I have to sometimes. Yeah, if there's any topics that we gotta touch and I can probably talk about it. I'm not gonna be, probably not gonna do any presentations. I could about some topics, but I know Rumbles is more open for many topics. So
What I'm saying though, Gemsy, is like if you feel like you want to talk about something, like we can say, hey man, we could do like a fuck dude, we can make it a main topic one of the days. It doesn't have to be like so concrete that it's just not.
yeah,
Because the small group of us, that we've always hung around each other, we already know what we say, so it makes it interesting when we kind of chat about it. But I did want to invite like the Glober perspective too, like, or whatever. And in this case, because like in this arena, it's hard for me to say like let's hear the Hollow Earth or whatever. Like, but in that arena, I could be like, yeah, just, what do you guys think about it? You know, just let somebody say their perspective.
Yeah, we
Because
can touch many topics. It'll be interesting. Yeah, I like. I'm following you now, so
yeah, yeah,
we'll see where it goes from here.
nice. Like I said, there's a way to create the channel, and I'm like, why does it say that I can create it? Is it because I go to there's a link where it says you go to your channel, and it says channel name. You have not created any channels yet. And I'm like, dude, isn't that what I just done? Like, I don't know.
Maybe need more subscribers. Remember, there's sometimes these numbers that you gotta fill up. Maybe 10 subscribers or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, that's what it is. I think you're right. There's a limit. You need like 10 or more, I think, before you do that.
Yeah, you gotta have followers, and then
Let's
you
see
can
here.
start opening up the windows, opening the windows.
So you need to
So,
pay the link so you can get some followers and didn't do that.
well, just in what we have in our group, I mean, I could just easily get the numbers from there. I don't really have to go outside of here. How did you find me, by the way? Just the name?
I spelled Alpha Veritas and I
It came
found
up?
it. Yeah.
I wonder if I was the first one. Nice, it is.
2 followers. That's what I see.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, did you when I ran it through AI, and AI gave me a really good like grounding for the name. It says Alpha Veritas is a Latin phrase that means the first truth. It is often used to refer to the ultimate truth or reality, and to search for it. The phrase has been used in a variety of contexts, including in philosophy, it's used to refer to the search for fundamental principles of reality. In religion, it's used to refer to the search for the ultimate truth about God and the universe. In science, it's used to refer to the search for the laws of nature and the fundamental truths of the universe. The phrase alpha veritas can also be used to refer to specific things, such as, and it shows you like Alpha Veritas is a model of air conditioner made by Cooper and Hunter. Alpha Veritas is an educational news website in South Korea. Alpha Veritas is a Christian's men Bible study group. I didn't know that. In all these cases, the phrase Alpha Veritas is used to convey the idea of the search for truth or for the ultimate truth. In the context of the current time, Alpha Veritas could be seen as a reminder of the importance of seeking truth in a world that is often full of misinformation and disinformation. It could also be seen as a call to action to work towards creating a world in which everyone has access to quality education and the opportunity to pursue knowledge. Tell me that's not a fucking badass name, dude. Like, I was like, this is like, fuck, dude. I actually want to even get a tattoo of this shit. Like, I mean, fuck. It's like, it's so good.
I posted the alignment for you if you want to look at them. You can see where it's at degrees wise, the left, right in the sky. Then height wise degrees, you can see how close they are in alignment.
Hey, you got it all figured out how to ride one.
Yeah. I'm going to try to get the moon because it's got to be there according to what I'm charting.
But it needs to overlap the information you have now, right? Like superimpose right on top of it, like right on it, in order for it to be.
The 2 bottom ones should be the same number for it to be a total eclipse.
Did it happen already? Because I'm on the East Coast and it should be near the time.
Tomorrow, no?
Starting tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Hey, We got Leaf that's just joined us.
So since we can't see the moon at all for during the new moon, I'm going to try to get this, since I know exactly when I'm going to fully eclipse. I know when to start my camera time lapse for the sky with the filter, and I'll do a night time lapse. So I should get 2.5 hours to do this.
Bro, it's gonna be today. It's gonna be sunny, 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 and tomorrow it's gonna be cloudy by the time of the eclipse. Can you believe it?
Where at?
The East Coast,
Oh,
Northeast.
well, hopefully I'll see it. If not, I don't see it then. What can I do about it?
Severe weather alerts until Saturday, 2 a.m. It's like almost like every time there's like an important luminary event, there's always something happening like with the weather around here. Cloudy or storms, rain. Not always, but most of the time. We have like a hurricane, like a tropical storm in the Atlantic headed towards. Oh, it's going away from the coast.
Let me. I'm gonna screenshot. This is what I got from 1 a.m. till 11 p.m. tomorrow. Here you go. Check this out. So I won't be seeing shit. That's all rain, continuous.
Mic check.
Mic check.
You made it.
Dave.
Dave, I know you're a big glober. You need to explain to us how you know it's a globe. I know you are.
Anybody wants to explain to Dave what is it? It's not a globe. Be right back.
I'm trying to figure out this push to talk. There's still people that live on this, think we live on the spinning balls. Is correct.
Congratulations, you're one of them now, since there's nobody left in here.
Yeah, have you ever heard of solar eclipses? There's gonna be one tomorrow. That proves the globe.
Yep, because the light in the sky does stuff.
Yeah, anything in the sky will tell you what you're standing on for sure. I agree.
Got that right.
All you have to do is just look. Oh, I'm gonna have to go to the airport and see if there's a plane that's gonna go up for the eclipse, I guess.
You notice every time you ask somebody what makes them think they live on a globe, they always go to the sky stuff most of the time. I'm generalizing. I'll shut up. Looks like Dead Air Dave is affected in another room. Somebody talk. Go ahead. What about this globe? Shit.
So I looked at the actual map where, they got all the tracking stations. We don't have any clouds coming, not showing rain. So I don't know if they're predicting off a barometer or what. Because mine has said rain for many days on my barometer, and I don't have any rain. That doesn't mean people around me aren't getting rain, but I live 1,200 feet above everybody.
وقت إسرائيل
Why are there always so many people AFK in this channel? Fucking weird. Yeah, there's nothing going on in here. It's just literally just like 10 people AFK. Weird.
All right, we about to crank this thing up.
Oh, you can do that. I'm not staying here.
All right, you guys. Look, y'all gotta wake up. This shit's flat. Just like soda with no carbonation. Flat. Your mom's ass. Flat. Your girlfriend titties. Flat. All right, y'all. Now look, I tried to tell you. This thing is flat, okay? You seen a frisbee? That's the earth. Now, I don't want I don't want to hear it. It's flat and that's that. Don't try to bring that globy shit around here, okay? Cause I'll have you muted. All right. Morvis, you don't want this, okay? Now I see some people in the chat expressing disdain. Now, if you want to get on this mic and have a discussion, we can do that. But what we're not gonna do is, you know, just throw ad homs around. Resolve, is there something you want to say? Or? So, if you believe in that the earth is round, well, you bound to drizzle. I hate to say it, but hope don't float, bruh. And neither does your logic. Sorry. You failed. So, that's just what it is. Now, you got people like Dr. Wave Mixer here and Alpha Veritas who, you know, you know, you got these guys here. Great gentlemen. But my earth is flatter. You know, they got a thick crust earth. Mine is thin crust. Brooklyn. Matter of fact, you see what I'm saying? Thin earth. You heard of flat earth? This is thin earth, okay? But no, on all seriousness, the globy thing's gotta stop. Alright, looks like we got somebody in here. Okay, we lost them. So that's what I'm talking about. You guys gotta be more engaging with the audience. Let's see. Batman, go ahead and speak up. It's not time to cower away, okay? And friendin'?
Audio check test. Now it's working.
Okay, there we go.
I was trying to say earlier, if it's flat, it's where it's at. Doesn't matter whether thick is crust. The crust is thick or thin. It's all flat.
Y'all heard it here first. Dr. Wave Mixer sounding in. All right. Everybody's in here. We know the truth. The rest of you plebs who think about the Earth being round, well, you Carl Saganites, y'all can kiss my ass. Okay? It's not about an ice wall. It's not about those little silly things that you've heard. It's about taking your mind away from what you were programmed to believe. I mean, just I look at some of you globies and my gag reflexes kick in. I just
Okay, what does he also look like then?
Sounds like my old buddy Brandon.
Yeah, I'm in here.
So, what does the world look like to you, Brandon?
I'd like my question answered first. What does the world look like?
Well, the only world I know. And I can't really get involved in a deep conversation because I'm at work and my phone's subject to ringing at any minute, which takes priority over talking flat Earth. But I observe it as being a level surface. When I go out to large bodies of water, I can see much farther than what they say I should be able to. So I can only go by what I see.
So you see it, therefore that's what it is. That's what you're saying.
Do you see the Earth? I think we both see the same thing. We might see different parts of it. I'm out in Los Angeles. I don't recall where you're at, but from what I look at, yeah, I can see a pretty long distance.
So no further investigation.
Well, what more does it take? I mean, if I go ahead and stick my hand in a fire and it burns, I learn real quick. Shit, that's hot. That hurts. I don't need to do it again. Now I have done it again. And I burnt myself not on purpose. I reminded myself, oh yeah, that shit's hot. It burns. Same thing, same results. So if I go out and I can look over a large body of water and I can't find a curve, and every time I go to the beach, I can't find that curve. About the only thing I can comprehend is, okay, that shit's flat. I don't see the curve. Fire
Okay.
burns and the earth is flat.
Okay. Well,
Easy enough to figure out yourself. You don't need anybody to tell you. You don't have to read it in a book. It's just observable. But you know that already. Right, Brandon?
so you're telling me what I think?
No. I'm saying that you know what I think already. We've talked before. You've been on the Flat
Yeah.
Earth Discord channel for quite some time.
Well,
I've talked to
actually,
you on
this,
my drives home from work.
yeah, this isn't officially the Flat Earth server though. This is just a room in another server. I was actually
Well, it is.
banned. I was actually banned from the actual 24/7 Flat Earth server. This
Well, why
isn't.
were you banned? Why were
Yeah,
you
this
banned?
is. Well, I'm not exactly sure. Well, I know from my perspective, it was because I disagree with y'all, but there was probably another reason for it. There was probably an action. I don't know. That's just from my perspective. I have nothing but my perspective, and from my perspective, I was banned because I disagreed with Mayhem. That's
Well,
all I
okay.
have. So
Yeah. So to begin with, I don't know of anybody that's been banned because they didn't have the same viewpoint. Because there's been a lot of members there that didn't have the same viewpoint. And after they stuck around for a while and started testing some stuff out from themselves, they started having that same viewpoint. So I don't know what happened between you and Mayhem, but if you were acting respectful to everybody else, I can't see any reason that you would have been banned.
yeah.
You know, that's not the only thing that we ask over there. It's just be respectful.
I always am. I don't. You can't come up with any example of me being not respectful. I'm always
Well,
respectful.
I didn't know that you were banned, and I wasn't, present when that happened. This is the first of me hearing about it. So as you know, I'm usually logged in here all day, but I work on the phone. A lot of times I have to mute this channel so I can take care of business.
Yeah. I don't troll around. I'm not disrespectful. I don't scream and shout or anything. I the only thing that is different is that I don't agree with you guys, and I
Yeah.
was banned. So that's all I have to go on. Is that I disagreed. That's why I was banned.
Well, maybe you should talk to the person that banned you and ask them
Okay,
if you don't
doctor,
know
I have a
why. Say,
question for you. Because it doesn't say that you're a mod for this channel and you're acting like you run the whole channel. I think people are allowed to express their opinions on because the earth is not flat, clearly, because there's a core. But if people want to address their opinion on that, they can.
well, I don't think I told anybody they couldn't express their opinion. I was talking to Brandon about another channel where I'm also not a mod, and he was telling me that he was banned from there, and I was unaware that he was banned. But I don't recall telling anybody that how to think. The only thing that I can say is what I've observed. Have you found a curve? Okay. Have you measured the core? You said that you know that there's a core to the Earth. Where is that core? How far deep is that? Okay. Who measured that core?
She's saying she's muted.
Okay. Well, I can't mute anybody. I see Red Clay is muted. I didn't do
Okay,
that. I don't.
but if you're in an airplane, you clearly see the Earth, and when you go into space, you clearly see that it's round. So
So you've
I
been to
don't know.
space and you've clearly seen that?
Well, I've seen satellite images of Earth, and it's round. So
Okay. Well, no, you told me that you can go to space and clearly see. So
okay,
I didn't
but
know. I can't go to space and clearly see that. I was just wondering if
because
you've
you're
been to
broke and
space
you
and
never
clearly
go
seen that.
far in life, because you're already like
Wow.
50 years old and you can't even afford anything else because you already ruined your life. So some people actually still have a future ahead of them where they can go to space, but you're kind of at a speed bump right now, but that's okay.
Space
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
I
Space doesn't
I'm
exist, so your future is irrelevant. You're not
So
going
you
I'm
there
a
believe
because
in
it doesn't
space,
exist.
Rachel?
I'm an ancient old person that was around back in 1969 when NASA didn't really land on the moon. I got to see that happen on television, so I believed it, and that's okay. But now they say that we can't go there because we can't pass the Van Allen belts. And you are free to
Can't go
believe
there
whatever
because
you want to believe. And actually, I believe that I'm going to have lunch right now because it's my lunch break time. Because I'm
yeah,
just a
we're not
loser and I have to work at a job that pays me to sit around and listen to you guys. So I'm going to enjoy my lunch now. Carry on.
nice. Yeah, we can't go there because this is a closed system and matter can't leave a closed system. Duh.
Well, if you have the right equipment, you can go into
Oh, if you have the right equipment, matter can leave a closed system.
Meteorites fall to Earth all the time. What are you talking about?
We do what?
I said meteorites and stuff fall to Earth all the time. How can it be
Oh,
a closed
okay.
system
So you
when
see a
things?
phenomenon in the sky. You see a phenomenon in the sky. You have a story about how that phenomenon exists,
how is the
and
moon
you think
there?
that proves that you live in an open system next to. Sorry, what was that?
How can you see the moon? How does the sun go around the It's a flat earth because it's going around clearly. Tell me about it.
Yeah. Well, we
Isn't
just did.
isn't a closed
It goes around.
system something a system where energy can't
No,
or doesn't come into the system?
no, no. Matter can't exchange. Energy can.
Well, I
Matter
mean,
can exchange. Look, the air is obviously not leaving, so it's contained. If the gas isn't fucking off, I'm sorry to tell you, neither are you.
so NASA didn't say that there were particles of the atmosphere near the moon.
Brandon, you can have a
Yeah.
container in your backyard with a plant growing in it, all sealed up forever. All it needs is the sunlight to hit the container, and the plants to be able to see the sunlight through the clear container, and they'll live forever. It's a closed system. Energy can transfer.
And so can matter, which it does when we
No,
have
not
meteor
not in and out of
showers.
a closed
atmosphere.
system.
We can
It's a
find
closed
meteorites
system.
on
Matter
Earth.
doesn't transfer in and out of a closed system. Brandon, get with it.
So
You're
meteorites
stupid.
don't
That's
fall
called the
to Earth.
atmosphere.
Meteorites
The
don't fall
atmosphere is
to
the
Earth.
gas that needs containing.
And that's the place where you go. It protects us from space. It
Oh,
protects
get a
us
grip.
from
Get a grip,
meteors.
girl. The atmosphere,
Okay,
atmo
the
is gas.
atmosphere is the thing
It's
that's
a
closing us
contradiction of
in.
terms.
Space is
No,
an
it's not.
entire
No,
different
it's
thing.
not.
Okay.
Stop talking. The atmosphere would be the gas that needs containing. The gas doesn't contain or enclose itself. Seriously.
And the
Okay,
force
someone
can't
show
do that?
science.
Can a force do that?
If you can demonstrate it,
Can a
but you can't.
force hold gas and not a solid container? No.
Well, my favorite example is Mount Everest. There is higher pressure at the bottom, lower pressure at the top, and nothing containing it inside that system.
Sounds like you did that in a container, my friend.
No, it didn't. Mount
Okay, everyone
Everest
look in the
isn't in
side
a
chat.
container.
Tell
Mount
me what this
Everest,
is.
Mount Everest is not in a container.
So at the bottom, where you're denoting the bottom as the surface. Okay, and then what about the top?
The bottom, the top. What do you mean?
Well, you said you did say like, hey, look, we can measure it against the ground at a certain pressure. So there's a container there
What container?
that you're measuring it against.
No, Tanks, I have a question. If you were to dig through the entire Earth, would you fall into space or would you?
Space
Yeah,
is
so
fake. That's the last time I'll
it's
say it.
real.
Can you prove
Keep
that
chanting
space is
that.
fake?
Tell me about the last time you went to space and experienced outer space. Let's hear it.
Well, not a lot of humans can because we don't all work
Right.
for
Okay.
NASA.
So
And
yeah,
that's
never. That never
and that's
happened. Told you
fallacious
that never
anyway.
happened. 500.
There's
Okay.
cameras that go into space and you clearly see that.
Oh, there's cameras that go into a thermodynamics
There's people,
violation
you
that
see
leaves a closed
launches, you see
system that the
space
air can't
launches.
escape from. Is that what you're telling me?
Multiple sources. You can look in a telescope and you
Oh,
can
there's
see
multiple
space.
sources. Oh, I can look at a telescope and then interpret the things in the sky to be in a thermodynamics violation. That's pretty
Yes,
stupid.
if you have a good
Yes.
telescope, which you probably can't afford, but you can
Oh,
see
fuck it, bitch.
Saturn, you can see all of that.
And I just looked outside and I saw an airplane flying overhead. So I bet Earth could be a giant airplane. I saw one in the sky.
Rachel, you hit the nail on the head. All these people are poor.
Weak sauce globe proof. She already hit the nail on the head when she agreed with me. Yes, you point a telescope at the sky and then just imagine things about what you saw. Yes. Yeah, that's what she
Yeah,
did. She doesn't know what
and
any
that's
of
when
the
you.
things in the sky are. She's just interpreting it through this imaginary framework that she has that was given to her by stories that people have told her. That's all. She doesn't
It
know
was
what the
more.
fuck's.
Yeah,
She
it was
probably
more
doesn't even have
amazing
a
when you
telescope.
said. Yeah, when you said, when have you been there? When have you left your? And she said, when I looked through a telescope. Like she traveled somewhere. That was crazy.
Notice how you were within the closed system of the Earth while you did that. Notice how that's where you've always been. You've never been in this fantasy location that you imagine the things in the sky are in. You've only viewed them from the Earth, the only place you will ever view anything from. It's a closed system. The air doesn't escape. I don't know what on earth makes you think you can. Oh, yeah, I already said it. The stories that men have told you.
Okay, I don't know if you know the exosphere, the atmosphere and all that, but that stops the oxygen from going into space.
Oh, the atmosphere. So that would be the gas. The gas stops the gas from going into space. Yeah, you sound really smart. We should listen to you some more.
It's from the gravitational pull. But okay.
Define gravity.
It's something. It's a gravitational pull. It's a source.
Define it.
It's a force.
No, it's not.
I
Are
am
you an
defining
Einstein? Are
it,
you an Einstein denier? He doesn't say it's a force.
but it is a force because Einstein's
Oh,
old
so
and he didn't have the technology to figure that out. But
What are you talking about? They're still
Anybody can
working
drop
under the
something with zero
Einsteinian framework.
gravity.
What are you talking about? Einstein is the one who's supposed to have been. He's supposed to have
Hey,
figured this out for us.
hey, Central. Stop
Flat
interrupting
water.
her.
She just said Einstein was didn't know enough. You mean to tell me Einstein can't drop something?
So we're more advanced.
We're more advanced.
More advanced
So,
at dropping things?
so tell me what you figured out that replaced Einstein's knowledge. Or
Okay, well, Einstein did not know about dinosaurs, and Einstein didn't know
what
about
the fuck?
outer
Dude? That's a
space.
non sequitur. That's a not what? What?
She's a goofy talking
Yeah.
about dinosaurs
Well,
and
Einstein did not know about outer space,
Oh,
so they
this is retarded.
studied other planets' gravity, and it's different. So then they put more look into it, and they figured out it's a gravitational pull, it's a force. So
Who figured
They
that
just
out?
looked at it. Yeah, they just looked at it. That's the difference. He couldn't look at things, and
astrophysics.
now you can look at things.
Oh, so who superseded Einstein's work? That's what I want to know. Let's get some citations. And what's gravity
Are you
defined as
stupid?
now?
Like seriously,
You
do
keep
you
saying
think the Earth
force.
is
You keep
flat?
saying
Do you
force.
think we're
You
gonna
keep
fall
saying
off if
force.
we walk so
Saying it.
far now?
Shut up. You're the dumbest person in here. You shouldn't
How
be
does the
talking.
sun and moon go around?
You keep saying force. That would be mass attracting mass. That would be the Newtonian concept of gravity that was superseded by Einstein. This curvature of space time. That's what they use now when they talk about their sky stories. They're not talking about Newtonian mass attracting mass. They're talking about the bending and warping of space time, which is Einstein's idea. You don't know anything about any of this.
And that's all
Okay,
right. Like Rachel,
but
that what makes you think you live on like a globe that's curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
I want to know, can you tell me how the sun and moon goes around the Earth if it's flat?
How do you think it goes around now?
What's the matter with you? Have you ever seen it?
The
Do you
Earth
know where
because
they're
it
located?
orbits the sun.
They are located where? Up in the sky, right?
It orbits the sun,
Are they
and it's
located
clearly
in
round.
the sky? When you stand on the ground, you look up. Where are they?
The sky.
Okay, beautiful. We're not talking about the sky. We're talking about flat Earth.
It's okay, but it's not flat. This is a part of my opinion, and this is a part of my argument.
You lost.
So,
Then you lost because we're not talking about the sky.
but I'm talking about how it's not flat.
Oh,
The
then go
sky's
ahead and
a
show us.
perfect argument on why
Show
it's
us
not
it's not
flat
flat.
because
Oh,
it orbits and you can see the
no,
orbit.
no, no. You can't say
The
that
Earth
in your
spins. The
imagination is
Earth
doing something.
spins. I don't know. It's not a flying saucer. Like, I don't know what you want to say.
Okay, so are you done with your imagination? You're only imagining what somebody told you. So I don't know what else to tell you. Earth is flat. Water measures flat and level over all distances on large bodies of water, minus thimbles and smaller.
Okay, but ancient cultures believed that the Earth is flat because they didn't know anything. But now we do because people are actually going into space. We've flown in planes and we can see the curvature. So,
So if you
I
can
don't
see
know.
Earth from a plane, let me ask you this one. So you look out the window and you see the Earth is curved from left to right, right?
Yeah.
Then you go to the other side of the plane and you look out the window and you see the Earth is curved from left to right, right?
And forward and back.
Right. It's curved on all four sides, right? Going down on left to right, right?
In all directions. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just made the McDonald's arch curved going down, curved going down, curved up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. You made 4 up and downs. So you got anything wrong with your airplane ride?
Sorry. I honestly, everything you say is so stupid that I can't even process it.
Imagine that, and you're the one who came up with it.
Exactly.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think what he's trying to say is if you're in an airplane and you can look out the port side, see curvature, and walk across the hallway to the starboard side and you can see curvature, this would be an awful damn small planet, don't you think?
Um,
But if
yeah.
you look up front, you see
Yeah,
curvature.
yeah, exactly.
They all connect. How do those
No,
curves? When you draw those curves, continuously take a picture from the window and draw your
it's
curve.
only a
Draw
small
it. And where
portion
do
of the
where do they
curve.
all connect? They all connect in an arch, an arch, an arch, an arch, an arch. All 4 directions from a plane, according to you.
You're not in astroscience because astrosciences don't believe the Earth is flat.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's one of the leading astrophysicists, says that from the space station, you can't detect the curve.
He
So if you're
also
in an
says
airplane, if you're up in an airplane, a commercial airplane, say you're
Well, he
flying at
admits there's a curve.
1,000 feet, okay, then he says
yeah.
that there's no way that
He
you could
also
see.
denounces flat Earth, by the way.
Well, that's
Yeah.
true. But, okay, but the point is he does say that you cannot see the curvature from the space station. All
He
right.
also says
So
that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
he did. A little bit chubby at the bottom, I think he said. But the highest planes, commercial planes you're going to find flying, are going to be about 40,000 feet. And he said at 40,000 feet, even at the highest where the commercial airlines
I
fly,
have a question,
you can't see the curvature.
but you can.
Okay. So, well, what you're seeing is a distortion
Oh,
through the
but I'm
cockpit window or through the
happens
passenger
because
window.
during a lunar eclipse, I'm not sure if you heard this already because it's like a perfect.
Well, wait a minute. Are we talking about passenger
Anyways,
windows looking out of an airliner, or are
the
we talking
wind,
about a lunar
no, the
eclipse?
Earth shadows on the moon and it's a circle. So,
Okay. So you're getting all sidetracked here. We were talking about how you can
because
see the
I just
curve out
heard
of
you
an airplane
wrong.
window. Didn't you say that you can see the curve out of an airplane window? Was that not you?
I saw outside an airplane. You can clearly see the curve.
Okay. And so you can clearly see the curve. If you look on the left-hand side of the plane windows or the right-hand side, you can look out of those windows and you can see a curve, correct?
Because the Earth is round.
Okay. So if you can see that curve, all right,
But it's
and you
not
can see it,
flat.
well, but you're saying that you see a curve. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the leading astrophysicists, says that you cannot see a curve from that altitude. He said that even when you're up at the space station, that you can't see it.
We
He was
presented your argument. If you look in the side chat at 13 minutes after the hour, the shape of your Earth is in white. That's what you see when you look out at an airplane. That's congratulations.
So you think
That's
we're a giant flying saucer, is what I'm
No, we
hearing.
never said that at all. What
Space
we
is
Yeah,
said
you
is that
space.
said
we're not a
flat.
giant flying ball.
No, space is
We
fake.
are
She can get
giant
that out
flying
of her
saucer.
head.
She just can't really track. She's not
You're
very
not.
bright.
If you see space, you see all the planets are round.
No, you don't.
Earth isn't a
What are
planet,
you?
so that's
But what are
irrelevant,
you
and
standing
nothing
on?
is in space because that's a thermodynamics violation. Just a
Oh,
dumb
so you're saying
interpretation of this
nothing
text.
is in space, but we can clearly see that there's a ton of shit in space, like galaxies and all that. So
So
Yeah,
I don't
Rachel,
know.
what are you
you're
What are you standing on? Are you standing on something in space, or are you standing on the Earth?
Okay, first of all, how am I stupid for knowing that the Earth is round when it clearly is round?
I didn't say you're stupid. I just asked you a question.
Well, I'm being called stupid.
Well, I didn't call you stupid. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
You're
I
not
thought I
even
was being
critically
polite.
thinking. You're not critically thinking at all. You can't put 2 and 2 together when we say you look outside one and you see an arc of curve, and you look out the other side, you see an arc of curve. Then you go into the pilots and you see another arc of curve. Where do those arcs meet up? If you draw them from each side, you're going to get a
Do you have
mountain.
an explanation?
So yeah. So what's your explanation for why we see it like that? Then?
You don't see it like that.
So you're saying those pictures are shopped or something?
Yeah, you should get your eyes checked maybe.
What
Straight
pictures,
lines
dude?
appearing curvy.
No,
You
there's
know.
pictures in the
Yeah,
side
show
chat.
them. Because
well,
so far we're just
The
getting
aircraft,
delusional fantasies
the
and fairy
aircraft
tales from you
looking at
guys.
the
Yeah,
Earth.
just post the picture. Stop talking. Post it.
What, are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I sure am.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I'm referring to the pictures they're already in chat, guys. I'm talking about the spacecraft, or I'm
Oh,
sorry,
the
the
cartoons.
airplane. No, the airplane with the
He
4
just
windows.
posted a SolidWorks image, and she expects us to think that's real. There she goes. She's spazzed out. We're not in space. Space is fake. Space is fake.
Tell me how how it's dark on one side of the world and it's bright on the other side of the world.
Space is fake,
No,
kid.
no, we're not going
It's
to
not
do that.
fake.
Have you ever seen the yin and yang? It's like that. You're welcome.
So you can't leave Earth. There's no space.
Tell
Can
me
you
about the
prove
last time
that?
you left it.
Is that what do you mean when you say there's no space or space is fake? What do
It's
you
a
mean?
false interpretation of the sky.
Looking up does not prove shit. Okay, so
Are you
you look.
saying the sky's fake?
Look, that's forever up there.
No,
It's a
Miss
lot.
IQ 40.
Nobody
That's
said
not
it
what
was
I'm saying.
fake. Yeah,
Just your
nobody said it was fake.
interpretation of it.
I thought he
Your
said
Wait a minute.
space
I
is
got
fake.
there's a picture of the 2012 blue marble. What about the 1972 blue marble? How was that faked?
They painted a big ball and took a picture of it in a studio. That's how.
Can you prove that? Are there photos of that or anything of that?
Apollo
We have photos
Apollo
of the
11.
Jupiter that you always see. That
Is
were
there, is,
painted.
there, is there any proof that that was faked, or is that just conjectural?
Apollo 11 was busted faking Earth pics from high altitude. They were
We
supposed
can
to
easily.
be halfway. Yeah,
So
they were supposed to be halfway, but they were supposed to be halfway between the Earth and the Moon, the claimed distance. And they were just simply in high altitude, up above the Earth, with a window in an aircraft, and they were closing off a section of that aircraft in a dark cabin to make it appear as though they were in space taking a photo of Earth.
Yeah, we have that
And
footage.
then aircraft. I would like to see that footage actually.
It's on YouTube. You can go look it up. Say
Oh,
NASA faking the Earth from
Well,
whatever.
it's your claim, so just drop the link.
Anybody can prove that those pictures are fake just by going on the beach. There's no curved oceans, no curved lakes,
So
or
how
bodies of water on the surface of the Earth, right? And that's what those pictures are showing. Curving water all over the surface of what they say is the Earth.
Because
You
the
can go
sun's
down
really
to
bright.
the beach and debunk those pics yourself. It's that easy.
So what is so what happens when you go to the edge if things are flat?
The edge. That's not your idea.
Is something that flat have does something that flat have an edge?
Well, what we've been saying to you over and over is there's no space because that would be an open system and therefore you wouldn't have air pressure. So the Earth is a closed system, so there's a container. So
And
put
it's
2 and 2 together.
and it's flat, so it has an edge. So what's the edge?
Wow, that went right past you, didn't it?
Does a piece of paper have an edge?
Yeah, I'm good faith asking what does I see images of flat Earth depicted. I want to know which ones are accurate, which ones aren't, and then I want to know what happens when you make it to the edge, and has
What's your
anyone
idea of an
made it
edge?
to the edge?
What's your idea of an edge? What do you mean by edge? Can you explain
Because
what you envision?
when we say because I believe that the Earth is a finite plane. You know, even if it is flat, there's a finite
I'm telling
distance
you,
from
it's enclosed.
from
I'm telling you, it's
diameter.
enclosed.
You're telling me it's enclosed.
Yes.
Okay, you're talking about the stuff that's around Earth, but I'm asking about. So you're saying the universe is only Earth, or?
Yeah.
I'm saying that at the limits of the Earth, you would run into the enclosure.
What you see is what you get.
So you never. So everything where we see the black expanse or the very dark expanse, all of that is some sort of manipulation of photo or visual evidence.
What? What? No.
Mm,
What the heck? What are you
I
talking
mean, he
about?
just said you'll run into the edge. If you go to the edge,
So does
That's
black
what you heard.
necessarily
That's
does
not
black
what I said.
He
black
said you would run
necessarily
into the
mean
enclosure.
hello? Excuse
okay,
me, Brandon.
yeah,
Excuse me.
okay.
Does black necessarily mean void thingness?
No, not necessarily.
Right. Okay. So just your interpretation of it is wrong, right? So we look up and we have a story that we're told about what the sky is, And then we look up, and because we've been told that story, oh, we envision that's just this thing that goes on forever and ever, and we can go out there and go to. No, we look up and we see things, and then it's interpreted because of a story that we're told since birth, right? So that's not what we're really seeing. We don't know what we're seeing, but there's a container up there somewhere, right?
How do you know there's a container?
It's been
Because
explained to you already. Can you relay?
so
Can
you're
you
saying
can you?
because of in an open system you wouldn't be able to have, I think what you said, atmospheric pressure maybe.
Right, gas pressure, correct.
Okay. All right. So if I see, like, for instance, the Red Bull, they did a couple years ago where the dude went super high up and fell back down to earth.
You remember when they were talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson a few minutes ago?
Yeah, but hold on, let me finish one more Red Bull thing.
That's exactly what he was talking about. Is the Felix Baumgartner
The
jump? Go
thing
ahead.
is, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't agree with flat Earth, so I
Yeah,
don't
but
want to bring him up.
listen. You're talking about the curved image of the Earth that they show in that video.
Nope,
He explains
I'm not thinking about the curve at all. What I
Okay,
want to
sorry. Go ahead.
know is this Red Bull, when they sent him way up into the sky, and it went from what we commonly call the atmosphere, and then you see the stratosphere, and then you see the black expanse. How much farther would he have gone before he hit something? Do we know that?
I'd like to step in real quick. We did some investigation on her photo of Earth from way far away. It's just placed there in some kind of Photoshop on. So is that white dot. There's two of them, white dot and Earth. Those are just placed there. Sorry, guys. Somebody.
Yeah, no worries. But to really quick answer the question just before that, we don't know.
So
It's
she's
only
digging up
120,000 feet, man.
She's digging up pictures and just believing them.
128,000 feet is
not the brightest
NASA has a
crayon.
live stream of the Earth being live broadcasted from space. So I don't know.
I just posted your Earth after we took it through Photoshop and enhanced it, and that's what you get. That's not how pictures work, sunshine.
Well, because it's outer space.
Oh, then what is that? What NASA gets for outer space? What are you? What's wrong with you? First, tell me, are
It's a
you on?
satellite they send out.
Are you on any medication?
That's not even relevant to the damn flat Earth. And
You're not able to
Oh.
think clearly.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Speaking of
that's not a
relevancy,
relevant argument.
Rachel, earlier you were saying that flat earthers were all poor.
You
Well, I
can
don't know
see
what
the
our financial status
space
has to do
station.
with the flat Earth.
You did say that.
It's just an ad hom, unnecessary ad hom.
Or
The workers are flat earthers.
he would not be
She
able
doesn't
to
even. She doesn't even know what space is or what it's supposed to be in her paradigm.
I don't know, but
Just
I've got
chanting
about
mindlessly.
5 more minutes before I have to clock back into my job because I work.
Hey, Wave Mixer, it's Amish. I'll clock in for you.
Hey, I wish you could, bro. No, I'm actually working from home now, man. So I got a nice setup here. I got 5 screens up that I'm looking at, and one of them is here on the Flat Earth Discord guest server that we're on. And I usually tune in and listen all day, and I mute myself when I get a call coming in. So anyway, man, it's been a pleasure listening in today. Rachel, I'm sorry if I disappointed you by being an old, broke flat earther, but I guess that's just the way it goes. Anyway, carry on, Pete.
tagged in. Dr. Amos just tagged in.
Happy Friday.
You guys are saying space is fake, and it's just so ridiculous to me.
Be Friday the 13th. Friday.
How are clouds floating?
The skies were taught it to be cannot be real, okay? Because
Clouds are
if the
floating
sky
above us, and they're clearly going in
if the
circles.
sky excuse me, if the sky was a vacuum, as it's claimed to be, that just stretches out into a forever expanding 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum, then the air that we're breathing would fill that available space as per entropic law would dictate it to. It isn't what you've been taught it to be. We aren't sending metal cans up into the sky to go around this sphere Earth you imagine you live on. Alright? Nobody is going to space to take pictures. In addition to that, what is it that you think you're seeing that is curved?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're basically saying that the sun is
What?
a
What,
pool.
what
It's
do
just
you
like
think?
really
What
flat, a flat flying saucer that goes around the earth.
I mean, who said that? We're talking about the Earth.
do you think you're
Yeah.
seeing that's curved?
Who
What
said
is
it?
it that you're seeing that's curved in those images? What is curved? What's the curved part?
The
See what I
expanse,
In
what
earth.
what we would
what I
call
try to
space, and the lighter band above that in that astronaut picture that Friendin post. It's a
can I ask a
fisheye
question.
lens. It's a fisheye lens, and it's the Earth that's actually the larger part of the arc surrounding the darker
Which
part.
part?
But it's
Which
a
part?
fisheye
Which
lens
part?
inverting the roundedness.
Yo,
How do you
I have a
find a
question.
larger arc on a sphere?
Can I ask a question?
You know what I mean? I don't know how to say it, but the outside band, the outside. That's what I should have said. The outside part, the part that's outside of the black part,
Why are
is the
y'all here?
Earth.
Why are y'all here?
Why is anyone here?
Are you stupid?
Yeah, why
To
y'all here?
discuss
I'm here to talk.
the debate between flat earth and round earth to prove
Yeah.
flat earth is wrong.
Well, it's
I
not really a
mean,
debate. I mean, because you've walked into a room and just started saying stuff, but you didn't ask
because you
anybody
guys are
what their.
wrong. I don't want you to go in the earth.
But you
Go
didn't ask.
around
You
the
didn't
world
ask anybody what their idea was, what they know,
because there's
what
people
information
literally
Yeah,
they've
actually,
convinced
we
gathered.
have
the
been.
earth is
I know
flat.
I have been.
So, I mean, are you a bigot or something? Is that what it is?
Are you?
Well, I'm here talking to you like a normal person, you know,
Who believes that the
trying
earth
to.
is flat, which is completely
You don't
ridiculous.
even know me. Like you just assume that
What do you
already.
believe?
I'm just saying, but look at how
What do
you
you believe?
already. Well, what does it matter?
Because based off your reaction, you believe that the earth is
All right,
flat
based
because
off
you're
of my
getting really
reaction and
defensive.
based on it being flat, how are we gonna have a dialogue when you already think you know what you know?
Likewise.
I know what I know because it's proved
Hold
to
on.
be
Likewise.
round.
Two people approach a
So that's the
dialogue
so that's
knowing
the
what they
so that's
know.
the so that's the question. Then why are you here? Like, I mean,
Because
because if your
are you talking
interaction with
about
me is the
how the
same
earth
as
was formed?
if your interaction with me is the same as with every other flat earther in here, wouldn't
How do you
that be
think
a
the earth
waste
was
of your
formed?
time?
I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't you rather be at like some, I don't know, uh like who does cosmology on YouTube? You know, really boring hour lectures. Like, why wouldn't you be on their live?
Astrophysics. And because this is a politics
Yeah,
debate
cosmology.
server, um, and I'm here to let people know that their idea of flat earth is wrong because that's the whole purpose of the server.
You're
Why
I
wrong.
don't
is
know if
it
you
wrong?
belong here.
Why is flat Earth wrong?
Letting people know about what you think is wrong and debating people based off of their premises, two different things. You know that, right?
They think the earth is a flying saucer. I'm sorry. That's just
No,
stupid.
that's what you think.
That's what they
Who
think.
here said the Earth
No,
is a
that's
flying
no,
And
saucer?
that's
you guys
what
are
you
implying
no,
it. It's
that's
You would
flat
what
think
because
you
it's
that it
like
think.
was.
a sheet of glass. It's like a sheet
No,
of glass flying through the earth.
but that's
And
actually
that's
what
it.
you think we think.
Why? What?
That's what
What do
you
Okay,
you
but that
think.
is
think?
what you think.
What do you think though? How is it
Not that.
different than a flying?
That's what
All
she
right.
thinks.
How do you guys
Not
think
I
the
that.
earth
want to.
looks from the outside?
I personally want to know though.
Well, it's not going to be the conversation is not possible with both you and her. You see
Yeah.
how
All
your
right, Rachel.
energies are different?
Rachel, calm down. What? What?
Let's let Eli and
Eh,
Rachel finish their conversation.
do
Okay.
you
All right.
already know it's a sphere, sir?
Hold up. He said let Eli and Rachel do their thing.
Well, she doesn't want to talk to me.
Eli,
She already has her mind
Eli,
made up. I'm not
Eli.
interested.
How do you think the earth will look from the outside?
Well, like I said, you're not interested in having a real dialogue. You already came in here with the assumptions of what you know and who I am. Why would I want to speak to someone like that? It's a waste of my time. If you had legitimate questions, of course, I'd spend hours talking to you, sharing with you the information that I've gathered over the years. But what's the point when you're going to tell me what I think? when I'm telling you I don't think that, and you're like, yeah, you do. What's the point?
Yeah, it's clear she's not here to learn. She's here to troll.
That's all I'm saying. Like, I, I'm, I'm pretty.
I mean,
I'm a dope.
look,
I'm a dope ass dude. I don't need to talk to you.
I mean, but look, she's presenting her argument, albeit she's saying some, she's kind of going hard,
I
but
didn't hear an
she's presented
argument.
her
She said, "I
argument in
know
a
it's a globe."
place. She's brought
She didn't
she's brought
present
a
an
couple
argument.
arguments for. She brought a couple.
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, matter of fact, you know what? What argument did she give for a globe?
I don't know, but she already told me that I'm old and that all flat earthers are broke, poor.
Look.
What?
She
I,
came
I
in
know
with
that.
heat. She came
I know
in with
that
heat.
I know that Cheerios is amazing because cornflakes is trash. That conclusion doesn't necessarily follow the premise, does it?
No. And I'll be honest, I feel like that's kind of what a lot of flat earthers operate on. I feel like y'all
No,
poke holes. Y'all
she
poke
just.
holes.
That's what
I
she's
know.
been.
I
So
know, but I still feel
okay,
like y'all
so
poke
let's
holes in
begin. Let's begin with.
people's confidence in
Let's begin
science.
with you and me then. If
Okay.
that's the. I
All
get
right.
it, bro. I don't want
All
to.
right. So I want to go off the
I hate
disc
wasting
thing.
time.
I want to go off the disc thing. So
What, the galaxy disk? Because
or if it's
that's what
flat, if the Earth
heliocentrics
is
believe. We
flat,
live in a galaxy that's like a disk or a donut, floating in space. That's actually what people who believe in this, mini galaxies thing, and we're living in one. That's what they believe. It's a giant donut or disk, if you will, floating in space. But we don't have, a cosmology that begs the question of a mediumless area in which gas doesn't fill. We don't have that problem because we don't make those claims.
what claims do you make as a flat earther?
I'll tell you this: I don't have reasons for things. I just tell you what I observe and what I see.
A lot of us are
You
flat
have no
earthers
claim to make.
because we are flat earthers because we examined the globe claims and globe claims of evidence, and we couldn't find
Well,
anything
he
to back
doesn't.
it
He
up.
doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. And I respect that. It sounds like because I have a lot of friends. Like obviously, majority of my friends, well, prior to coming to this conversation, aren't flat earthers. They think like most of us did. So saying that, well, it's not a globe, just basically sounds to you like we would be poking holes in something, not necessarily putting our feet in the ground, right?
Yeah, something like that. Like instead of like asking me to prove that the Earth is round, I don't even want you to prove the Earth is flat. I just kind of want to hear. I want to hear what claims you have around the idea. Because even if I say, "Hey,
All
the
right.
Earth is not round," this whole
I
paradigm
got
is
you,
wrong.
buddy.
It
I
doesn't
got you,
equal
buddy.
the
tell you.
next
Yeah.
thing is flat.
Listen to this. I'm going to make
I'll
a
tell you.
claim for you. The Earth is flat, stationary, and we're enclosed. Go ahead and disprove me.
Well, I mean, that's probably, I mean, true. Can't really disprove. That's our experience. But again, somebody's going to come across with reasons, right? That's all globe earthers have is reasons. So it's like, here's the thing. From Coney Island, I can see New Jersey. There it is, the end. Like, no explanation, no reason as to why I see it. Nothing. I see the celestial bodies like the sun, moon, and the stars moving in the sky. That's it. Nothing else. I see them. They're moving in the sky. I don't have to add anything extra to that. If I really want to get sexy, I can say, oh, look, I can even map and pattern the sky because it does damn near the same thing. Well, not damn near. It does exactly the same thing every day, every month, every year, every 10 years, however long it takes for the cycle to repeat itself. I, I'm not making any assumptions. I'm not giving any reasons, but I'm telling the truth. Am I lying?
I think it's like you're doing like this least common denominator where you don't have to posit anything to get your hands hammered.
No, it's called an axiom. I'm just telling you what I experience. Like, what am I going to do? Go outside of my experience to make shit up?
Well, no,
Like
but
most people do?
you do have extensions of your experience in the same way that if I want to know something, if I
Yeah,
could
give me an
pull out
example.
I could pull out a ruler and say, okay, such and such object is 20 inches long. Okay, I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
what I'm measuring, but 20 inches long. All right,
yeah.
now I can get something that is equal to the length of that 20 inches that I use with the tape measure, like a stick that's 20 inches long. And now I can say, okay, anything bigger than the stick is at least more than 20 inches long.
Right.
So that's using an extension of your own measurement, or it's using tools to help you
About using
expand your
senses.
senses,
This just sounds
expand
About
the sense of.
using just your raw senses, just your raw senses. Go off your
Oh,
raw senses
Right,
first.
I understand
First.
that.
Look,
Yes, first we do
no,
that,
no,
but
no,
then we
no, no, no,
make
no, no, no.
tools
Time out.
that
Don't listen to him. Listen, bro. Focus. Stay with me, okay? Forget what they're saying on the side. What you're saying makes absolute sense. Yeah, obviously we have units of measure that we agree on. We have yardsticks, meter sticks, all this stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
So
So these things are extensions of what we may not be able to do within our own capacity, lacking
well,
tools other than
we
just
still
our
experience
senses.
something though.
We do, we
It's
do.
not like you're making it up. Like like if I have a X amount of square feet area, it's because I measured it somehow in a unit of measure that you and I agree on. Like, so you know what that's called? It's called a, what's the word?
A
Like
framework,
time. I
it's
don't
a
know if
framework,
framework is the
a
right word.
constant, and a model.
Convention.
I mean, either way, it's something that we can utilize based off of something that is agreed on.
True, I'd say that's a
So,
framework.
so I mean, but what's the point? I mean,
So what I'm saying,
is that an extension
yes,
of
yes.
my experience?
So in the
That's
same
cool.
way, in the same
The
way that I gave
earth
that example, hold on.
is
In the same way that
round.
I gave the example of grabbing that stick and
Hmm.
using that instead of using a measuring tape,
Hmm.
it's the same way. We have these same mechanisms that are provided by science that are
No, it's
extensions
measurement,
of
not science.
measurements
But go
that
on.
have already been done. But science uses these measurements that have already been done.
Yeah, yeah, you do have to measure things in science. Yes, that's true. But
Yes.
measurement is not science. It's obviously two different things. Like
No.
if you are utilizing the epistemology of the scientific method, yes, there will be measuring involved. Assuming that you're actually following that method, yes.
All right, this
You
is
Science.
you could also take a yardstick and do absolutely nothing
That's
but
right.
hold it in the air.
Or I could use it to beat somebody with instead of measuring, or to do something like measure.
Right. But here's the thing, like before the method is even utilized, a yardstick is a yard. That's something that we would just agree on. So it's not science. It's something it's there's no supposition to be tested when it comes to looking at a yardstick or using a yardstick. You're not testing anything. You're just trying to get the unit of measure.
Right.
Like
That's true.
somebody measuring how tall I am is not necessarily, it's not a test, it's a measurement.
Right. But I didn't define science as only measuring. What I said is science uses these tools like the example that I gave with measurement.
Right, like how much heat is going to be required to boil some water or something.
Right.
Like
It's like
you might measure how hot the water gets before it begins to boil at some point. Like I get that, but again, like what's your point?
my point is
Yeah, can somebody measure
science.
curvature, please? How come there's no curvature
Yo, chill,
measurement?
chill out, chill. He seems pretty chill. Don't jump down his throat.
Yeah, but this entire conversation is all very loose. It's very not concrete.
Yeah, vague.
Bring
Fucking
this all
vague.
the way back, and we're not going to tell mods, don't listen to him and all that crap. That's not how this is going to
Yeah.
go in here.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that what I was hearing? Is Elijah telling the mods what to do in here? If so, you need to chill out, buddy.
How
Not
come
me and
there has
five
been
other
no
people that
curvature
want to be.
measurement in the
Because
history of
Radwin, if you were making a very good point
He
and
was.
somebody stepped all over it, I would be upset for you, would
He
I not?
was, and you were that person who stepped all over it, so we're upset with you.
Who's it?
Radwin made the 3 points, and you stepped on him.
Did I?
Yeah.
You said, well,
And
yeah.
said, don't listen to
When did
them.
I
Those are
step
the
on
mods
Radwin?
you're talking about, man.
When did I step on Radwin? When he was talking to the girl?
No, when he said,
Nah.
he asked who, Red Clay asked, prove the earth is flat. I said, flat, stationary, and enclosed. That's the end. Disprove me. That's not up to me to keep going on and on.
Right.
No, but that was
I
in the middle of. Hold on, heretic. What the fuck is wrong with you? That was after I was
I just
already
told you what
engaged.
the problem is.
I was already engaged in a one-on-one conversation with the guy when Radwin jumped in.
Radwin was bringing it back to the brass tacks, and that's fine with
I
me.
was already in a
And I'm
one-on-one
talking
when
about the
you
brass.
jumped in. But that's okay. I yielded the floor for you.
I don't know who muted you, but I took you off.
Thank you. What I was saying was, the way I do it is just fine. I'm not going to do it your way or Radwin's way or anyone else's way. I'm going to do it my way. And I don't
I
think
get
there's
that.
anyone who would argue that I'm less effective than someone doing whatever Radwin would wanted to do. But seeing is that I took over the conversation and nobody attested. Nobody was like, oh, no, you can't do that. When I decided to do it, I can do it however I want.
I think that that's what these guys are thinking too, that they have their own way of doing it.
Yeah, but I was before Radwin. That's the point. If Radwin went first, I would have let him go. I'm not the kind of person that steps into someone's argument and decides I'm going to do it better. Am I?
Oh, so I wasn't asking somebody about what they see in those images from space. I wasn't asking them, what do you see that's curved, when you wanted to interject with your line of questioning.
I mean,
Okay.
Elijah, it's kind of a
I was
backroom
talking to the
conversation, but
girl
the answer
and
to
then
your question, the answer to your question is honestly yes. You do hijack people's conversations frequently. It's happened many times to me.
has it?
Yes.
So how did that happen today? I was talking to the girl and then the guy came along and I said, I can't talk to both of you. I'm going to have to
I
choose
was
one
talking
of you.
to them.
Like,
I don't know. I'm good
it's
to
crazy.
squash
It's
it. It
crazy.
wasn't.
It's
It
crazy
wasn't
that
me.
these
That was.
feelings are coming out today like this because it's like I'm kind of surprised.
Well, it wasn't me who was involved in this one. If these guys are good to let you cook, then that's fine with me. All I'm saying is just don't get into a back and forth with the mods, please.
Yeah, whatever. You guys can take it over.
I yield to you guys. Dwad, Radwin, Eli, whoever wants to do whatever, go ahead.
Guys, stop fighting over me, okay?
Man, I don't want to do shit no more. Y'all can go ahead and continue treating people like shit. Go on.
Now, all of y'all are chill. It's all good. Everybody's chilling here.
No, continue. Everyone that has so much mouth when I was like in a line of go on and you can go on ahead and carry the conversation. Go on, Radwin.
Well, he's not talking anyway, so I guess this was all for naught.
Yeah. Yeah.
First
I
off,
think so.
I was talking to Rachel in the first place when you jumped in. Just want you to know that. That's all. And then you're taking this guy down the road of measuring sticks. Let's get to what is reality. It's flat and level, and he can't do shit about it but ask you about measuring sticks.
Well, the reason I'm doing that, and that's why I keep saying yes. So what? Like, so what's your point? Because my method is to give them. I'm trying to figure out why they're here, what they're asking for.
I've been asking the same thing to this guy, and he larped as a flat earther earlier.
No,
Right.
alright.
You
No, I
guys have
didn't.
you guys have seen me expose LARPers more than anyone. How do you not know that I'm equipped to do that?
Nobody was saying that. I'm letting
So
you
that's
know.
why I'm asking him what I'm asking him, because usually what people do is they sit here and they try to tell and explain to LARPers, and then LARPers explain to them, and then that's a 3-hour process. I was actually cutting through the facts. That's what I thought I was doing.
I mean, here's the question: what's the best evidence for the globe? Let's start with that.
See, no, that's what that's how my dialogue started. Was I don't like how y'all start with that.
Exactly.
I don't like how y'all start with that.
Well,
I
why
don't see
not? Because
why.
that's the
You're the
Because
place
one
on
talking
the
because
about
table.
because
measuring.
we're talking about it being flat. We're not talking about it being. If it, let's say that I agree, yo, everything's bogus. The things are not round. Okay,
Okay.
but
So, do you see curvature?
that does
Do
not
you
mean that
see and
now it's
experience
flat.
curvature?
Just
We're back
because
to
I
that
don't have
question.
just because something's not a pineapple doesn't mean it has to be a grape.
Well,
And
we're still
that's
trying to figure out what this place is, okay? I mean, do you see curvature? Do you feel Earth spin? Or do you believe stories that have been foisted upon you through the education system?
I'm going to be honest. When I look up in the sky, I get a perception that things are round, and maybe that is because that's the narrative I've been given since day one of my education. But when I look into the expanse at night, it feels like there's something globular around me.
Well, I mean, that's definitely a product of your education because we have written historical records going back for thousands of years of ancient civilizations who've looked around them and have assumed otherwise. There's a great book I have, a vintage book on ancient cosmologies going from Babylonian to Egyptian, as well as a Hindu, and I think even Buddhist is in there. Their cosmology is all flat.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that what you're saying is that they didn't see it, right? Just naturally, but for some reason, the man who just spoke, he sees it, so he claims.
Right. So let's say you have amnesia, like someone bonked you on the head and you woke up and you crawled out of a cave and you look out upon the world that's before you. With that in mind, what information are you taking in that would lead you to conclude that you're on a spinning space ball in a vacuum?
Um, I mean, all of that doesn't come rushing in when I'm struck with amnesia, for
Well,
sure.
right, because now we have to separate what's a product of our conditioning versus that of our senses that we take in from our
Right.
experience.
And I'm someone who's not I'm not a physicist, I'm not an astro anything, but with little science applied, when I like I said, I'm in the field and I look up the way things move about the sky, if I was to sit there and record the stars as they move in the sky, they look like they're something is fixated around spinning around a point.
Well,
Like
yeah,
things
that
are
might be the
rounded and
celestial
spinning.
sphere. That might be the celestial sphere model. And there have been many ancient civilizations that believed that while the terrain, the Earth was flat, that the sky manifested itself in almost a spherical fashion. The ancient Chaldeans from about 3,000 years ago, who developed the Saros cycle of eclipses, solar and lunar eclipses, made observations over millennia, and they have produced these data tables showing as such. And they didn't believe that Earth was a globe at all. NASA uses their data today to produce eclipse models.
Fred Espinock, I think is his name, Mr. Eclipse, uses the Saurus cycles to predict eclipses, or really just post-dict eclipses that we now observe.
Yeah, I mean, they had no reason to conclude that Earth was a ball. Why is that? Yeah, that's a really deep question, isn't it? So
Hold on.
worth pondering.
One more time. One more time.
They had no reason to conclude that Earth was a ball.
Sure. Okay.
Yep, and
I'll
their
rock with that.
cosmology is what fed into Egyptian cosmology and Hebrew cosmology. So something that people like to bring up here every day is Eratosthenes from Greece, who supposedly lived like 200-300 years BC, the librarian of Alexandria. And supposedly he proved Earth was a ball with a bunch of sticks and shadows, right? Well, I mean, what's not really known to us in the West is that there's a Chinese Eratosthenes who lived around the same time period, for whom there is even more primary documentation asserting the truth and veracity of his existence. He did the same exact method as Eratosthenes, but he made different assumptions, and that was that Earth was flat and that the sun was smaller and local. And he was able to produce the same exact results. And the Chinese remained flat earthers up until about the 1600s, until Jesuit missionaries went over there, about the time of the last emperor of China.
Interesting. So what happens when someone how do we map the world then? Has everything in the world been mapped?
I don't know, but I mean, do you know what latitude and longitude coordinates are?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how they're derived, correct?
Yeah.
So you must know that coordinate systems are also arbitrary, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so Latin long is derived from the celestial sphere, and it's not the only means to produce coordinate systems of our terrain. You can have flat ones instead of spherical projections.
Okay.
All right, so I mean, you want to talk about mapping? I mean, there are maps out there that are flat, that are not produced in this manner by using a flat measurement that is then projected into a spherical phenomenon. The most common way that it's done is spherical. I mean, this gave rise through the mid 1800s with the Bessel and Clark ellipsoids, which are created from latitude and longitude measurements in the sky. Basically, what they did is they looked at the celestial sphere and mapped the angle measurements to Polaris and to other celestial bodies, and produced ground terrain that is superimposed onto a ball. And that ball became a reference ellipsoid. Well, it turns out the reference ellipsoid doesn't exactly work, because if you were to take a survey, let's say you're out there with like a theodolite, and this is back in the day, you bust open your almanac of the sky, and you look for a star that's above your head that's supposed to be there at a particular point in time, but it's not quite there. It's a little bit off. And you wonder why that's the case. And so you do your measurements, you fix your control points, and your entire survey's off just a little bit. Well, they come to later say that that's because there is a gravitational field around the Earth that produces a distortion in your plumb line, which is why it's not completely vertical, straight up and down to the star overhead. And they introduced this as a means to produce error corrections in the surveys. And so they go ahead and produce error correction over these little incremental surveys. And those errors do what's called a Gaussian error propagation over many iterations. And it turns out that they end up surveying what they think is a ball because they introduce the mathematical corrections of this gravitational field that they suppose exists, which is causing why they believe the stars aren't perfectly aligned overhead. And this produces an error propagation into a sphere, which matches the ellipsoid that they thought existed in the first place. Instead of using the stars to survey and to fix control points, if they were to just use landmarks instead, they would have a completely different kind of survey. And that's what a plane table survey is.
All right. So, has anyone fully navigated the Earth?
I don't know, but Captain Cook went down to the south and surveyed Antarctica, and I think his log said that he went something like 70,000 miles.
Well, it's easy to go east to west, but north to south circumnavigation is difficult, and you don't see people doing it. You see people going back the same way they came.
And what about the idea that people go, you go east and continue flying east, and you end up back around the other side of the globe.
Yeah, it's a circle though. You can go in a circle on a flat plane. Have you not seen how the travel works on going east to west in a circle? I mean, even Magellan didn't circumnavigate. He went in a circle as well. He went back the same way he came, but you just go in a bigger circle.
Yeah, like if you realize this, if you decide to face like west along a certain latitude, let's say you're like 45 degrees north, and you go in what you believe is a straight line, but you maintain a 45-degree latitude heading, you're actually going in a circle and you're turning to the right if you're facing west.
But that's not what you'd be doing.
Airplanes do that all the time. They're always turning. They're never going in a straight path from one direction all the way, not moving their plane. They're always turning.
There is a path they
What?
take to catch jet streams and whatnot, but they are not always turning.
Yes.
No.
The jet stream is
Okay.
in a circle. It's not in a straight. It's in a circle.
Could you walk me through that if we were at the North Pole? Like I can't even imagine what you're. Could you just lay it out?
You can't do this in your imagination land with. If I'm at the North Pole because you can't even get to the North Pole. You won't even get there.
That's what the compass points at. So I'm just trying to imagine it.
Well, the compass is pointing to a magnetic north, but the geographical north is different anyway.
Right. So if you have your
magnetic north changes all
magnetic
the time.
compass pointed in one direction, and let's say you head west, you're going in a circle.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
Yes,
you are. If you go completely straight,
if you
you'll
go
head
around
south.
your block, if you go around your block in the neighborhood, you circumnavigate your block. You're going in a circle.
But I'm making a directional turn. That is not what a plane does.
A plane does take directional turns. They're not
No,
going to
they
go
do.
continuous.
They do change direction in the same way a car going from A to B might follow the way the road winds, but still, if we were to draw a line, it would be from A to B. So you're mischaracterizing jet flight as constantly hanging this 45-degree turn or something. They don't.
Well, no, they do take flight paths, but if you're leaving from California, you're not going to go in a completely straight direction.
No, you're not. They follow certain things to make sure that they're not over certain terrain, and also to make sure they can catch jet streams to save on fuel. But that is not what you're saying.
Listen up, so I can correct you real quick. I'm going to post a picture of a plane flying due west, and you tell me which direction it's flying. There you go. Tell me which way that plane is going when it makes all of its turns to the right. While it's still flying, it makes little tiny turns to the right, flying west.
What window am I looking out of here?
Pilot's window.
Okay, so this is a plane flight, a single plane flight.
Yeah, the only way you're flying straight if you're headed west is if you're at 0 degrees at the equator.
Dude, y'all are falsely equivocating what you're explaining as what it would take for something
that's
to
on
go
your
around
ball.
the circumference or do a circle around a flat plane versus what we're talking about that a plane does to get from one landmass to another. You're mischaracterizing that.
What?
Well, they
I
don't
thought
go
you guys were talking
they
about
don't go in a
cardinal
continuous
directions.
motion anyway.
Is that not true?
A plane would not go in a continuous motion around, even in your ball model, even in the globe model. It's not going to go a continuous route around the ball. They'll always have to stop, and when doing so, you're turning your plane, and you can circumnavigate the same way on a flat plane doing this.
Yeah, let's take an extreme example and say you're at 85 degrees north near the North Pole, and you head west and you maintain 85 degrees north. You're making a circle around North Pole, guy.
Is that true? Do we agree to that?
Yes.
Say that one more time.
Yeah.
Let's say you're at 85 degrees north. You're only 5 degrees away from the North Pole, and you decide to head west along the 85-degree north latitude, and you decide to maintain that 85-degree north latitude heading the entire time. You're heading west. You're actually turning a very tight circle around the North Pole.
Exactly. If you tried to go in a quote a straight line, which you can't, right? You go in a straight line, you wouldn't be going west anymore.
I don't know if Clay agreed. Clay, do you agree?
Just expand the poles outward. Just expand the poles where you see if you're looking down at the Earth. Just expand that outward.
You would go in a straight line. You are walking a
He
straight
just told
line
you,
because
nuh-uh.
you're. Yes, you are
Timbo, he
because
just
you're.
told you, nuh-uh, Timbo, nuh-uh.
Can I finish without you being immature?
No, that's what you said. No, that's not true.
Yeah, and I'm giving my explanation
It
of the
doesn't
phenomenon,
turn.
and
It
now I'm
doesn't
giving
turn.
my explanation. So please, if you will.
You said it doesn't turn.
Yes, I did say that, and I'm
I
standing
told
on
you
it.
it does turn.
Okay, well, now I'm about to give you my explanation.
Dude thinks he lives
He
on a
thinks he lives on a
Mercator.
Mercator projection, guys.
I know.
Exactly
And
what
you're
I
not even
said.
gonna be able to walk this
Exactly.
anyway. You're gonna say,
All right, so
I
as I
walked
was
this way.
saying before I was
can't do
rudely
that.
interrupted by fake dark dolphins over there, when you're walking amongst the globe or anything, you are perpendicular to the center of the globe. So no, you're not sitting there hanging a right. You are walking straight at whatever line of latitude you are at.
You're never gonna be able to walk.
I guess I proved you wrong with a picture.
No, okay, bro.
Yeah, listen, if
never-
you were to look at their globe, let's excuse flat Earth. Look at the globe from straight down from the North Pole, looking right down onto it. And now imagine in your mind's eye 85 degrees north latitude. It's a circle. How is that circle straight, dude?
Because when you're walking on it, you are perpendicular to the center of the earth.
You have to be turning
You're
right
not
if
like
you're headed west
you're
along
not
the same
scalar
circle.
to the surface of the globe.
I don't think you understand that circle is right near the North Pole. You have to make a right turn. You have to constantly be turning right.
Let's say you're at 89 degrees north, okay? You could reach out with your right hand and grab the North Pole. You're walking around a circle when you head west along the same 89-degree north. Come on.
Not
Hey,
a
that's a
straight
great image,
line.
Morvis.
Right, I feel like you have to agree to
You're
that one,
wrong
Clay, right?
more than you could imagine.
He won't even admit that's correct,
Because
Amish. He will not admit that what you said is absolutely
and you
true.
won't admit that you're wrong. So why are you saying that?
No, Clay, you
Y'all
got to
got to
agree
get
to
this
that one, right?
emotional dude out of here.
I'm kind of on your side, Clay, but you got to agree to that one, right?
No, I don't. Because that's around a pole. You're going around an object. We're talking about if you were to go, if I'm standing at the North Pole and facing, South America, and if I walked a straight line, I would hit Antarctica in theory. I don't have to hang any left or right. I walk straight and I get there.
Listen, bud, I think you need to take a
That's a
walk.
line
I
of-
think you need to get off
that's a
of
line of
Discord,
logic,
go
dude.
outside and breathe some fresh air, man, because this is probably exceeding your limit right now.
Well, and the point is you're not going to walk through Antarctica all the way around back up towards the other side of Canada. No one's sailing from New York going down
I'm
past
talking about
Antarctica.
in a plane. If you're in a plane,
No one's doing that
you're
in a
at the
plane
North
either.
Pole,
The circumnavigations are from east to west. You're not
yeah,
seeing
we
a complete
do
south-north
we do
circumnavigation.
circumnavigations because like I said, we catch jet streams to save on fuel. We don't want to go over certain terrain. There's certain communication reasons. That's why we follow those things.
The
But
jet streams are moving east to west. Nothing.
yes,
you're not
you're
moving
right.
north to south.
You're
You're
right.
not
And why
circumnavigating north to south.
why do you think the jet streams move east and west?
Well, I think there's something to do with
Not
the
all
sun
do.
and moon, and that the temperature's changing, and I don't think it has to do with a rotating oblate spheroid.
Because
Okay,
that's
well,
where
I
the
do.
sun's path is in that direction and heats up the air and it causes weird things in weather.
Yep, that's
So Clay, are you saying that the air is sitting still and the Earth is spinning, and that's what causes jet streams?
You know what? He thinks jet streams are going straight and not circling around his globe.
There's a reason why jet streams tend to be east to west from north to south. But theoretically, if I was in some sort of plane that was independent of these jet streams and all the other factors that pilots take into consideration when working out a path or a means of getting from point A to point B. If we were just to fly straight from the North Pole to the South Pole and just keep going straight, we will circumnavigate the
No
entire
one's doing
globe.
that. No one's doing it.
I
That's
know
the point.
I know
No,
nobody's
It's
doing that.
Why
never,
do you think
it's
no one can do
never,
it?
ever been done in the history of mankind.
You're
Well,
right.
what I've
It
heard a
hasn't
lot.
been done.
Yeah,
You're
I've
right.
heard
It
these
hasn't been done.
Because it
yeah, I've
can't be
heard these
done.
conversations like a decent amount, and like one of the issues I see is like no concession. Like Clay, you have to
No, I'm
concede,
not
right?
gonna
At
concede. That's
minimum,
what I'm doing
that
what I'm supposed to do, man. I'm standing on
really.
what I think, and I'm asking for you to convince me to a level of scrutiny that I hold true to need.
You don't have to concede
I'm not
everything, but you have
supposed to
to concede
concede.
walking around. You have to concede walking around a pole. You would have to change that, at least that. I mean, that's all.
Yeah, like if you don't
Not
even
everything.
understand what you're defending, then you can't understand what you're
You're
supposed to
telling
be
me
against.
to walk around a single fixated point that's
Yes.
on a surface. We're
Yep.
not just when we're talking about plane flight paths. That's not what's happening.
It's
Okay,
still what
listen.
you'd have to
Listen.
You
do.
would not get in a plane and fly around a stop sign.
Okay,
Well, to
listen.
move it forward, right? To progress, you have to concede and come to an agreement on at least one subject to move. But you want to move forward without coming to an agreement. That's what I'm
So
noticing.
just listen to this. So
May I
we're gonna
pipe in for a
take your
sec?
pole that you went around, okay? Now move 50 miles away from that pole. Now you can't touch it. Are you still
Oh
going
my
in a
God,
circle?
bro.
Are
May I
you
pipe
still
in for a
going
sec?
in a circle?
We are talking about going
Don't
from
answer.
one,
You will not say yes or no. That's why he gets
and
banned from this room
you will
by
not. I
me.
have not been banned from here because I'm a good faith debater.
That's bullshit.
Can
I
I
have
pipe
not
in
been
for a
banned from
second?
here yet.
Hey, Clay,
Circles and triangles are something Globers have issues with, man. It's uncanny.
may I pipe in
It
for
is
a sec here?
crazy.
Hey,
They
Clay.
think circles are straight lines.
Hey, Clay. The only time that it would be a straight line would be at the equator, going north or south or east to west.
No, that's not true.
Otherwise, there'd be slow increments.
That's not true. Around a sphere, you can, if you take a straight line around any point in a sphere, because you are perpendicular to its center core, if you do a true straight line, you will go around the entire object.
Yeah,
Flight
so
paths
without
don't do
curving down
that.
around the ball, so are you going straight out
There are
into outer space?
effectively, there are infinite equators, if you will. There are infinite center points of any sphere.
Show us a continuous flight path that a plane does this. They go
A
around.
plane does not
because
do that for a bunch of other what would you call circumstantial purposes.
Hey,
no, it's
listen,
Things
because
a
like
plane that flies
atmosphere,
straight on a
terrain,
ball,
communication.
if there's a plane that's flying straight over a ball, it's going to go into outer space, man.
Right, because it is not flying perpendicular
Yeah,
to
because it has
that
to
ball.
curve, it has to
no,
turn.
the plane would have to curve downward to fit onto the. If it's curving over, then it would go. If it went straight, it would go right into space.
Yeah, you're
On a
right,
ball.
but that is a distance between. It still will remain perpendicular to the center. Well, yeah, it will still remain equidistant between the two center points, or
Right,
between
and it
the
has
two
to
endpoints
curve. It
of
has
the
to
sphere.
curve to remain equidistant
That's
because
true.
it's at the
That is
tangent.
true. That is true.
The plane would physically have to move downward to in order to stay on that ball
That
path.
is true, and planes
Oh,
do
thank
adjust for
God, it's a
curvature when
concession.
they do
Okay.
adjust for
All right.
curvature when
Planes
they're
do not
flying.
adjust for curvature. No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
do.
No.
They don't have any equipment that you put in that says adjust for
Yes, there
the
is. It's
curvature.
called height.
The
Yes, there is.
gyroscope in there
There's
maintains a level to the horizon.
ex-
Not
exactly, which is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, so the
That is,
gyroscope
it's
doesn't
adjust.
update with the ball. It
yeah.
maintains rigidity in space, my friend.
Otherwise,
It
it'd be
sure
useless.
does.
It's there for the plane that's moving that it is attached to.
Yeah, but do you
It's
actually
over
think
a
the
flat
pilot is making
plane.
Planes in
adjustments, or
flight do make adjustments to
who's
their
making the
height.
adjustment? Who's making the
The
adjustment to
pilot.
curve the plane over? The
Yeah.
plane
Or
that
how about this? Who is adjusting the gyroscope to make sure that the attitude indicator isn't going off kilter?
That was a terrible question. What
Yeah,
was you
no,
say?
who's
What was the other
updating the
It was a
question?
good
gyroscope?
question.
Who is adjusting the gyroscope? Those are engineers on the ground before the plane even goes off.
No, while the plane is in
Mid-flight.
flight, who's updating the
Mid-flight.
gyroscope? Because the gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. So who's updating the housing that the gyroscope is embedded in to make sure that it's remaining a tangent to the center point of a ball?
That's not what's happening. You're
No
missing.
shit.
Yeah,
You
that's not
just
what's
said
happening.
that's
It's
what's
a
happening,
gy-
though. You said it was happening like that.
I think you're trying to have a foundation, but it's coming from a lot of ignorance. I don't think you
No, what's
know what's
happening
happening.
is there's 3 different people shouting different things.
He
No, I
can
don't
he
think.
can
And y'all
throw
think y'all are getting a
he
dub
can throw
because
Saint Bob
you're
under the
not
bus
letting
if he
me
wants.
answer shit.
We haven't
That
been
is true. I
shouting.
mean, that is true. Yeah. I mean,
No, we haven't been
you're not
shouting
having
at
as
all.
much room to. But this is what happens when you
No,
scatter a
you
gun
got
and don't
this. You got one
concede to
Spurg
a
in here, and
point.
I'm not gonna say his name, but we all know who he is.
This is what happens when you scatter a gun and
Nobody's
don't concede to
spurging. Nobody's yelling at you.
You have to concede to a single
There's one
point,
in
otherwise
here.
it gets crazy. It gets like wild. That's what happens.
And you have to understand, we don't hear people say that pilots adjust for curvature. I've never heard that.
Yeah, they do. They do what is maintaining a constant elevation.
Yeah, they leave their hands off the controls after they trim the aircraft out to be flat and level.
Yeah, most of it's autopilot. They
Okay,
engage when it's
but
landing or taking
and
off.
that
Yeah,
is
you don't even need autopilot. Let's say
that
you're in a
main.
Cessna 152, okay? You've got like a 2-seater, maybe a couple seats in the back.
Yep.
You're just up there, you trim out the plane, you let your hands off. That plane is going to remain flat and level. You don't have to touch it. After you get everything adjusted properly, it just flies straight.
In a Cessna, you're not going to be high enough to be talking about what we're talking about when we're discussing a passenger plane.
You mean a Cessna doesn't have to account
They
for
don't
Earth
fly at the
curvature on
same.
the ball?
They don't fly at the same. They don't go the same distance, nor do they fly at the same elevation.
All right, maybe because Earth is flat.
Okay. Maybe because it's round.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of slope to the Earth. I mean, you're having 1,000-mile long rivers. You can't have that without a slope. It seems like the oceans are big bowls because if you're on the beach and you're looking out at the ocean, if all that water was gone, you'd be looking into a canyon. You'd be on a mountain. So there's a lot of there. When people say flat, I hope you're not thinking two-dimensional flat because yes, we have salt flats. There's salt flats in a lot of places where the derivation of land doesn't it doesn't get different from 40 square miles, a fourth of an inch. It's that flat. So there's a lot of topography changes, but curved. I mean, I don't think rivers are working because of a curved terrain. Seems more sloped.
You know, what's funny is even on the supposed globe model, there are going to be places of undulations where it's going to be flat or even concave and convex, both.
Mm. Yeah, the topography is fascinating to study, but a rotating oblate spheroid is, there's a lot of holes in that model, especially when it's backed by a force that's one of the weakest forces in all forces.
Yeah, so
Well, I don't know how.
earlier
Yeah.
today I was talking about the Antarctic eclipse. I think it was in like 2003, where where a solar eclipse was visible from McMurdo. Yeah, try explaining that on a ball, guys.
Well, there's a Selena Leon eclipse where
I just thought about what you said. That's pretty funny because you can't be eclipsing like that down there.
The thing that y'all are getting wrong about that whole going around the pole thing is we're not talking about that. When we talk about a plane, or it's better to describe like Superman flying around the Earth. He would not fly around just around the top of the pole. We're talking when we think about Superman going around the Earth, he's going around at the widest part of the sphere, and there are infinitesimal points.
I'm sorry, everybody. He's
hold on,
he broke
excuse
him.
Hey, can y'all do your job on your people as much as you do
Yeah,
on the
listen, we
on
broke this guy.
Globies?
He's now talking about Superman and
Can you
flight.
go? Can
I know.
y'all please do
What
your
is?
job on this dude?
But what does
Yeah,
Superman
he
have to do
thinks
with
the
any of this?
equator is straight and not a circle.
Because I have to put Superman in it because y'all are trying to use the gadgetry of what planes use in flight to try and disprove, but that's not the point that I'm making.
Hey, listen, man, is
There's
the
a reason.
equator a
Oh my
circle? Is the
god.
equator a circle or a straight line?
The equator is a theoretical straight line. Obviously there's terrain and certain imperfections, if you will, of the sphere shape, but the theoretical equator is a straight line. And honestly, if you take any ball from a perpendicular point, if you follow a straight path.
All right, hey man, I muted you. I mean, a fucking equator on a ball is a straight line. Are you kidding me, dude? Fucking troll. Get
Well,
out.
I don't think he means straight in the, like one single
Yeah, dude,
point
he's just
line,
talking, man.
but
Let him.
just like perpendicular.
Well,
That's,
he's gonna
like
hear us
when
out.
people talk about straight lines on a curve, they're just talking like from one point to another,
What,
right?
like perpendicular, like 90 degrees?
Sorry, I shouldn't have said perpendicular, but like
Yeah, no shit.
they're just talking one point to another when they say straight.
Yeah, and are we muting people that
You
disagree? I don't know. I feel like
on a
shouldn't be doing that, dude.
ball at the equator going east to west or the other direction, it would be an exact straight line.
One question I wanted to ask Red Clay is when he was talking about, going around in a circle, is he talking going at the widest point or at narrower
Yeah,
points?
the widest point's still a fucking circle, dude.
Yes, that's what
When
I
you look
said.
at it, when you look at it from the top, I mean, Dr. Astrophys or Astroscience just acknowledged that it's a straight line east to west, right, at the equator.
I don't know if y'all want me to speak. He keeps putting me on mute.
Yeah,
It's a
man.
straight
Let's not
line.
mute,
Y'all
dude. Let's have a conversation.
It's
We
a
don't
single
allow
direction.
you to talk whenever you feel like it, though.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm yielding
Back
to y'all and
and
everything, so
forth.
I don't know what
I'm
you're
a
doing.
mod. I'm a mod. Back and forth. That's all.
Yeah, that's how it's going. Fucking Spurg.
It's
Okay,
just a
so you
shame that you haven't come to like a conclusion on walking in a eastward heading around a central North Pole with a compass.
If he doesn't get that, we can't move on. There's no hope to even go further with this discussion. It doesn't make sense to talk about it.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, to say that a
what
circle's
reference
a
would you?
straight line is pretty freaking dumb, dude.
Right, because what reference would you use to determine whether you're staying on a straight line or not if you can't? Yeah. So
Would you guys allow me to help my fellow globe earther?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Yeah, if you're gonna say that the equator is a straight line and not a circle, then you probably don't belong here either, dude.
You know what
Will you guys allow me to help my fellow globe earther?
in a plane, if you were on a pretender glober, you would think you were going in a straight line. That's what I'm trying to get to him. I know it's not a straight line on a globe, but that's too advanced for some people.
the idea of straight line is you neither have to turn right nor left. You're always going forward.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but on
the
a ball, you're arcing down at the equator, you fucking ding dong.
Exactly.
we
I
understand that.
We've
I
had
was
some good
simplifying
conversations.
it
What's
for
going on?
I was simplifying for our server muted friend because he just doesn't understand that east to west would be a straight. How's that on a globe?
Wait,
I can help
who's
him
saying
understand it. If you guys will
Who
let
is
me.
saying that?
Yeah, Scott. Why don't you cook, Scott?
Yeah, hey, it's Scott. All right, 150 IQ here.
It's
you
not
Jewish?
that hard, but
You got the floor, Scott.
well, you need to unmute Red Clay so I could talk to him.
Nah, that's not gonna happen.
Dude, that's not cool, man.
Yeah, why don't you go in his DMs, okay? You can DM him and correct him there. How about that?
No, I'll pass.
People on the
All
server
right.
are just
Just
too.
thought I could help y'all out.
You guys are too articulate. Just try to figure out what you're fucking saying without being a smartass.
Sorry, your feelings are hurt.
I can help them
It's
understand.
not hurt at all. I mean, I couldn't care less. Today is National Jihadis Takeover Day. We all might die today, so I really don't care.
Let's
I'm
got.
not hurt.
Holy shit! What a
Oh, he made it. He made it on the air, you guys, because we're live streaming. He's a winner. Give him something. Give him some kind of prize. Let me help him.
No. Now, may I say something? Which is funny enough how I started the first time. May I say something?
Yep.
Great. A straight line is a straight line unless you have some sort of reimagined definition for the reification of a globe. That's very ambiguous language because a straight line is a straight line, specifically unless you're trying to prove the premise we want proof for. You can't. I mean, a straight line is defined as going forward around the equator. Okay, what does that mean? Because that's not a straight line for real. That's just a straight line because you made something up and decided that, well, this equator line around this globe is a straight line. That's not really true, though, is it?
So just for
All right,
clarity,
so I've been
what do you
unmuted.
call it?
Y'all are
Oh, sorry.
talking
Go ahead,
about.
Red Clay.
So
Go
this is
ahead,
my
Red
point.
Clay.
Again, staying fixed perpendicular to the center, and when we say straight line, we are not talking about in 3D space. Even though you are walking in 3D space, we're not discussing the x, the z of that line. We're talking about one single direction when we're talking about straightness, just one direction, while maintaining fixation at a perpendicular to the center of the earth or whatever sphere it is. So
Yeah,
that
but
and I'll be charitable and say yes, me saying a straight line is not the most perfect description, but generally speaking, in a colloquial sense, that is what it is.
but the thing at Red Clay, what you're describing, if you were to take off walking in one direction, say you initially started off directly west or directly east, you would create what's called a great circle. I'm sure you know that, right? And the great circle does not follow the lines of latitude.
Well, you don't. That's not even true, though.
It is true. The
Like
only
you,
time the
you,
great
you
circle
know,
follows
no.
the lines of latitude
Assuming
is at the
it's.
equator.
Listen,
Yeah.
wait. Okay, let me amend what I said. Assuming with the assumption that the Earth is a globe, when you walk across any stretch of land, it would be considered a great circle because of the imagined model that you believe you live on, right?
That's what I mean by from any fixated point perpendicular, you can
Well, it's an
draw.
oblate spheroid, so that's not even really true anyway. But
Just step
let's
on
not
them.
even get
Go
into
ahead.
that.
Sure, but if you maintain the same direction, you will draw your own equator
Great
effectively.
circle.
What is
Yeah.
what is
Yeah,
But
this?
this,
is that what y'all are
That's not.
calling a great circle?
But
Okay.
that's not how they
yeah.
created the equator. So
No,
what?
that's not my
So what's
explanation for
different?
how the equator is created. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying that that's
What I'm saying is, so what?
but if
I'm
you were to
because
really, and when I say so what, I'm
this.
not saying it in a. I literally mean, what's that got to do with the
What's
lack
the
of curvature
significance?
that we're
Yeah,
asking for?
I think the original reason why this came up because I was trying to say that a plane will reach back around to its initial uh, starting point if it continues to follow that line, and that indicates a spherical model.
Well, but that can also work on their model too. If you're turning, because to follow a line of latitude, you other than on the equator, you do have to turn to stay on that line of latitude. Otherwise, you will form a great circle which deviates from the line of latitude.
But I'm
Well,
not talking
well, I
about
mean, but
staying on a line of
what you said
latitude.
though, what you said
But
though, to
you said to
prove
stay west,
what you said
right?
though is a reification begging the question fallacy.
Elijah, I have a question for you. If you
Yep,
were
yep.
if you were at the North Pole and you could actually physically touch it and put a pole in the ground and you went west, would you go in a circle?
Yes, I'm assuming.
On a globe, okay? On a
Yeah,
globe, if you went 50 miles away, just one direction and went west, would you still be going in a circle?
in one direction.
Yeah, just any direction away from the North Pole and then headed west.
I
You know
mean,
what I
well,
mean?
if you're going in one direction, you're going south. To be fair,
Correct, correct. So go south 50 miles and then head west. Would you be going in a circle?
yes.
Okay, this is where we're at with him, and he doesn't get it.
I think he does.
No, I really don't, because what I'm saying is if you go, so you're saying you go west. That that is that's not what I'm referring to when I say circumventing the globe. You're throwing that in there as a gotcha, but that's not in the demonstration that I'm providing. And for
But
good reason, because we're not trying to stay fixated on a line of latitude. Of
okay.
where we are talking about the ability to circumvent back to your origin point, and you can do that from any point of the globe. Removing the terrain and atmospheric conditions and whatnot.
So what
Yeah,
you
you can
seem to
only
be
walk
describing
in a
is that
circle.
we go all the way around the globe, the 25,000 miles, and end up back to where we were if we just went straight, right?
Correct.
And you're not saying you're holding up to the latitude line, which would
No.
require a constant adjustment. Okay.
No. We're not, yeah.
Okay. That's okay. That's true.
So
Yep.
if the Earth is a sphere, then we would be able to fly around it and land back at the same spot.
Correct.
Yeah, that if the
25,000
probabilities
miles
are
later.
right there.
Yeah, we don't do that.
So
But nice. It's a good theory. It's like your Superman imagination. You know,
I would like
you
to
can you
announce
can imagine it. You can imagine it, but you can't actually practically do it.
I have an
Well, the
Except
announcement.
thing,
we have satellites that do it all the time. We have
But we're
hundreds of
talking
them out
about
there.
airplanes and their flights and their routes.
But this
Well,
is
yeah.
literally how we, like you said, we calculate this idea when we're using things like communication, satellites, GPS. This idea is calculated. It's
no, it's
how we
not.
make it
You're
work.
We
just
got a bunch
saying
of balloons
you
up there
believe
too, right?
that. That's not. You believe that. You and everyone else's mama believes that. And then when we say, "Where's the math?" Oh, I'm not an astrophysicist. Like, bro, what you think is happening is not happening.
how do you know?
No, how do you know? That's the question. How do you know?
Because I personally know people who've put satellites into space, and I trust them
So
to not be
if my
lying to
friend
me.
tells me he's God, does that make it true?
You know, that's not even the same question, though, right?
Your
Well,
friends are
this
bragging
satellites is
to you,
definitely not the
Scott.
same.
Your
Are
friends
you,
are
you
just trying to be cool around you. You don't get it.
Yeah, satellites is definitely not the same question as making circles around a central point of a compass. That's a complete diversion from what you were talking about. So yeah, it's not
Scott
relevant.
Mackey, your friends are on a need to know basis, okay? They don't even know what they're fucking doing. They're just taking
oh,
orders.
and how do you know that?
That's how it
Because I
works.
know the earth is flat. That's how I know that.
Oh, so you start with the earth is flat, and then everybody who disagree with it is by definition lying.
Where I work is on a
How
need
is
to know
that a way to go
basis.
through life, man?
Whatever we
How is that a
do
way to
is
go through
all
life?
on a need to know basis at the company I work at. I'm kind of at the top, so I need to know a lot. People on the bottom, they don't need to even be asking questions until we get to them.
But just think about what you guys are saying. You start with the earth is flat, and then assume everybody who
Yes,
disagrees with you is
that is what
lying
we're
about it.
saying. Yeah, that there's nothing inherently wrong with that. If
Really?
what we're telling,
Wow.
listen to what I'm gonna
Okay.
listen to what I'm about to say. Because if I'm 6'2" and there are people running around saying that I'm 5'4", then everything that they say based on them saying I'm 5'4" and I wear this and my measurements are that would be incorrect if that
No, not
were the case.
necessarily.
Exactly. If it were the
In
case that
this,
the earth is flat, you would be correct, but the earth
in
is
this
not the case.
case, we don't measure curvature anywhere. So anyone who claims to be doing anything on the globe that we have yet to measure, In fact, falsified the measurements of
What?
would be lying. Yes.
But
But
they
that's where you go again. You just reject all the measurements that we have made and say it can't be true because the
No, you
Earth is
have
flat, and
calculations.
therefore
You
these.
don't have measurements, bro.
we
What's a
do.
measurement to you then?
Well,
What's
I
a
would need
measurement in
the
your mind?
measurement first because the
What is a
measurement would be
measurement?
Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So you can use that information to get an orbit going and yada yada yada. The
Oh,
problem is there's no measurement in the first place.
what would be a measurement in your narrative?
In my narrative,
Yes.
you already have a narrative. We've already gone through this, bro.
You say we haven't provided a measurement. What would qualify as a measurement?
It's the horizon being where you where it's predicted to be. For one,
It is in the vast majority of cases where we're not seeing
oh no, it's not.
oddities of. Yes, it
No, it's not.
is.
But I would love for you to just give us an example of that and a way
Alright.
for it to be qualified.
You would just
I just want
ignore
to
it.
come back to the point where you said that the only measurement you take is a measurement that you would do optically, not with something that,
Well,
can actually
I
measure.
mean, is that really as strong as him saying, "Well, the horizon is where it's predicted to be," and then me saying, "Okay, go ahead and give us
But
an
he's not
example
saying that.
that where we could." Well, yes, he has to. He literally said, "In most cases, is in most cases it is where it's predicted to be." So I'm like, "Well, show
Well,
that in a way that we can all qualify the information."
but people
Because
have
I'm tired
shown
of
you it
hearing it being
hundreds of
said
times, and
without
you
it
say,
actually
"Nuh-uh."
being presented.
All you have to do is for yourself walk over to an ocean, drive over an ocean. I don't know how far you are from the ocean. Go look. It's really that easy.
It looks
Yeah, I
flat.
did.
It's
Yeah, I
it's
did.
not that easy.
I just told whoever earlier that I can see Jersey from Coney Island, and I know that the horizon is far beyond New Jersey.
I have a simple question about just go out and look at the ocean. So we're going to
Yeah.
put you in where you're going to say you see the curve left or right, right?
If I'm out in the middle of the ocean, what I see is a big circle going around me. I see the horizon making a circle around me. I turn
But you
360
see a
degrees,
curved
and it's
horizon,
always
but you see,
around me.
do you ever see a curved horizon?
What do you mean by a curved horizon? Curved in which
It goes
direction?
from
Left to right?
right and left go down. Center
No,
is high.
no, we don't expect to.
Perfect. So it's flat, right? Horizons are
No,
flat, right?
no.
They're
What?
seemingly flat. They're seemingly
Horizons
flat.
aren't a true depiction of reality.
Oh
Yeah.
my.
It's
Okay.
Horizon's
seemingly flat.
horizontal.
Go ahead, continue. I almost
Wh-
have bingo on you, by the way, Scott Mackey. I only need one.
Cool, cool.
He only needs one.
I'll get there
You
very
heard it
soon,
here
I'm
first.
sure. Yeah,
You won't.
yeah.
They'll just deny it.
We don't expect to see a left to right curve, and the fact that we don't is not proof that
Yeah,
it's wrong. But if you can go out to any coast and go to somewhere where there's maybe a cliff by a ocean and look left and look right where you see 180 degrees, and you look left and it looks like it's half
So
of a
it's a,
semicircle, and you look right, it looks like it's the other half of the semicircle. The
it's
thing just goes
180
around you.
degrees left to right. What is it up and down? Like your eyes. 'Cause that's what you're
We don't
talking about.
expect to see that. That's not the way it should work.
No, what's your field of view like, vertically? Because that's what you're talking about, a field of view left to right.
You don't have as many reference objects when you're looking up and down.
That's not a number.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
what's the question you're asking?
You said we have a 180-degree field of view left to right. What's the field of view vertically?
Well, we have a 360-degree view, all the way around us, and 360 up and down. We have a completely spherical field of view if we move our head around. But the problem, the reason I said 180 degrees is because that's most coastlines, right? You don't go to a place where you can see the coastline wrap all the way around you. It's usually blocked off by a beach and other land. But you can definitely turn around and see land behind you. So I'm not sure what you're questioning.
None of this proves that the Earth is curving.
Nor does it prove that it's flat.
Yeah, but yeah, what would it take to prove to you that the Earth is curving? We just ask one thing.
I
One
was
thing we can show
literally
you.
getting. I was literally getting to that. You said
Okay.
that the horizon, at least its location, can be predicted based on the globe values. And so I said, okay, why don't you go ahead and share some information, and hopefully it's qualifiable by the rest
Well,
of us here.
but we've already seen many, many times that you won't accept any
Yo, we
information we
already
provide. That's
seen
why I
is not
suggested you go out and do
helping
it
those in
yourself.
the chat who haven't. Like, you got to
I,
respect that that's the
I,
case. Like, either
I
you're gonna,
understand,
are you going to give
but I was
something, or are
talking to
you just
you.
gonna say that it's already proven? Because that's kind of like the line of reasoning everyone else
Yeah.
comes in with. Oh, it's already proven. What do I really need to really present anything for? Like,
I,
what? That's such a waste.
I don't see any value in presenting you with the same thing that you've seen 1,000 times.
Well, please don't lie to people and tell them that I've seen things 1,000 times. Just please,
I, I, you,
just
you,
don't do that.
you've seen the pictures of the
Just
wind.
don't
You
do
see,
that. Either you're gonna present an argument or something to be scrutinized,
okay, Elijah,
or you're
let's just
just
talk man to
gonna
man.
give us a baseless assertion with no proof, no evidence, no anything tangible to work off of.
Have you seen the pictures of the wind turbines that are half missing and their blades are behind the
Okay,
curve?
how would
Have you
that
seen
be
that? Yes or no?
qualifier for the distance of the horizon?
Do you agree
That's
that
what.
you've seen it?
Remember what I said about the locality of the geometric horizon? You said we have that. So I'm asking for a way to qualify that the horizon is at a specific location. That's what I'm asking for. Do you have that?
Not on me, no.
Oh no, but ever. Have you ever shown me that?
Have I? No, I have never shown anybody that because
Oh,
I
so
don't have
you
it on me.
haven't shown me what I'm asking
No,
for. You've only shown me
I
what you've wanted me to see. But you haven't actually you asked me, remember,
uh-huh.
what would be enough? Whatever your words were. And I said
Yes.
this, and you said I've shown you 1,000 times. Now we get to the point where you're telling everyone, no, I haven't actually given you that.
I've
So
never
what
shown
you would
that,
need
he
to
said.
see is a buoy somewhere on the water at a known distance and it looking like it's on the top of the horizon. Is that what you're telling me? That's what you want to see?
I want to see a way to qualify that the horizon is at the predicted value of a given globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's all I want to see.
And what would that
Either you
picture look
can do
like?
it or you can't.
What would that picture look like?
I I mean, bro, I'm gonna say it one more time for everybody else who understands simple English. They claim that there's an address to the horizon because it's geometric. It's like a building that's 20 feet away. You know you can't see beyond it. You know you can't see around the corner. Well, that's what the tangent to the tangent point on a circle is. That's the address of the horizon. I would like a way to qualify that, please and thank you.
So what you're saying is find a picture where you can see this is the last bit of water we can see, right? Because we never say we can't see beyond it. Of course you can see beyond it. You just can't see any more water beyond that point, right?
Specific distance.
I posted some wind turbines
I
for
already
him.
knew what I was looking for, and you said no, you haven't shown it. So it's like, okay,
I'm
fair
sure.
enough. You
I'm
shown
sure
you
you
shown a
could show it.
thousand things apparently, which is not even true. You shown 1,000 things, but you haven't shown me what I'm asking for now. You said no, you don't have it. So
But
don't
you
waste my
haven't told
time.
me what it is yet. You just said show
No, just
proof of
don't
it,
waste my
a
time, bro.
horizon at a
You already
distance.
said you don't have what I asked for 1 minute ago. Now people get really antsy and really bored. So just don't waste my time. Like the conversation that at least everybody heard what I asked for. You said you don't have it. It's over.
Yeah,
Next subject.
okay. It has been decreed. Next subject. We now know that Elijah doesn't know what he's asking for, and he can't say
I
what
was
he's
kind of,
asking for.
I was kind of
Let's
interested in
move on.
Clay making Clay's earlier topic of discussion that he said the trade winds are the air not moving, but the Earth spinning, and that's why we have wind and trade winds.
No. I said there's a reason why the jet streams flow east and west and not north and south. I made no statement about air standing still and what's making it move. I just said there's a reason why they tend to flow in two directions and
What's
not
that
all
reason?
directions. Because of the one, the spherical nature of the globe, and also two, the rotational.
Is the air rotating with the globe, or
Yeah.
so no
It
trade
causes
winds?
like a Coriolis effect in the atmosphere.
So no trade winds then.
No trade winds.
It's like if you dropped a
I mean,
basketball off of a dam and you spun it, it would float like it would glide downwards. It wouldn't fall flat. But if you didn't add spin, it would just drop. Do you get what I'm saying?
No.
So if you were to stand on top of a dam and you held a basketball out in front of you and you dropped it and you didn't put any spin on it, it probably wouldn't move far from where you dropped it. But if you put backward spin on it, for example, and dropped it, the ball would go further away from you because of the Coriolis effect.
So I mean, I don't know. Is that what Clay's claim is? I mean, he said the trade winds are because of the Earth spin and the air moving with the Earth, or not
Yeah,
moving
so
with the Earth.
it's similar to that.
Clay.
So I'm not sure if it's the friction because I'm not a scientist. I've just seen explanations for like El Nino and El Nina and like global winds and stuff like that.
Like a demonstration that you're saying, is that what Clay agrees that it's like Coriolis effect? Is that what you're claiming, Clay?
I'm just
I believe so. I
because
believe that to be backing him up.
Hey
Yeah.
man, he's asking me. Ugly.
Sorry, bro.
All right. Yeah. Basically, the rotation, and there are other things affecting air. It's not the only thing affecting air.
Yeah, most definitely. I would like to add that too. It's like there's loads of things on the planet that have little effects. But the thing about the universe is that we've noticed that things change, but obviously not suddenly, like continental shift or a planet developing. These things trickle like a small stream, and eventually there's a huge river at the end of it. You know what I mean? As time flows.
We got trade winds in the sky, actual trade winds, right? So the claim is, I guess, Coriolis effect from Clay and yourself, it being an effect. I'm not sure. So the demonstration, you had a basketball. There's people who have done that same demonstration. What they do is they get on a merry-go-round, right, and they demonstrate Coriolis effect, and they spin the merry-go-round in a circle, and they throw the ball, right, and from the top, right, it'll seem like it's going in a curved path, but it's actually going in a straight path, right? Actually, right? But it'll appear as if it's going in a different curved path, but it's going in a straight path. So it's an apparent, right? It's something that you view. You just see it. It's apparent deviation, not actual. But we have actual trade winds. So I'm asking, what's your guys' reason for the cause of the actual trade winds, if the air is moving with the Earth?
Hey, you guys are still here. Welcome.
Okay. Just because the Earth is spinning doesn't mean the air that it's affecting is spinning at the same speed with the speed of the rotating Earth.
No, but it is though, actually. Technically, according to the globe model.
Interesting.
The whole
So no trade winds for you.
spinning altogether.
No trade winds for either of you.
The trade
Don't use them.
No, the trade winds are based on ocean currents. Technically, it's what they would say.
Which is
Yeah, ocean currents play a large role because of
Trade
temperature
winds are-
variation.
Yeah,
I'd
it's not
agree.
based on the Earth's spinning.
Hadley cells.
You could
The
easily
temperature
have
of
trade winds
the
during a flat Earth.
water changes the atmosphere temperature as well.
Yeah, so not Earth spin.
Yeah, it's altitude and it's ocean currents, and that's it.
Yeah, high pressure to
Anything
low
to do with
pressure
spinning,
creating a
dude, I'm
movement.
sorry.
Yeah, I understand, but he claimed it was Earth spin.
I didn't claim
No,
that.
We said it
I said that there's a reason why it tends to flow, and we didn't say trade wind. We said jet streams.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about jet
Jet
stream.
stream.
I know
Yeah,
how
he
train.
keeps saying, this dude keeps saying trade wind. We said the
I
jet
haven't said
streams, and
trade wind
there's a
once.
reason. There's a reason why that they tend to flow east and west and not north and south, and that is because the rotation.
I don't think I believe you, honestly. But
Well,
I'm gonna have to look that
Hey,
up.
that's
The
okay.
reason
I'm
why.
just saying I don't believe it off the top of my head, but I'll look
Not
it
the
up.
reason why at all. That's,
it'd be really
you know,
interesting if you guys spoke to like an environmentalist, like a geologist, like someone who studies the planet,
Have you seen that
because
show called
their words would be really
Meteorologist.
valuable. Yeah, that's it. That's the word. Thank you. I
Yeah,
think
they
I
have
can I
think
information,
mention?
personally
and
I
Can
would
I
it's
take
not.
mention
their
that?
word for it.
Yeah,
Can I
I would too.
mention?
Yeah,
Environmentalist
I wouldn't just say
meteorologist.
because it's a globe, this is happening. That's
All
a
right, so
strange
wait, hold
assertion.
on. My
Wait.
trade winds
So,
do. You're completely incorrect here, sir. Look, the trade winds do not all flow the
but
same.
you know what's interesting? Trade winds,
We did mean
slipstreams,
jet streams. He's right. Yeah.
whatever
Three,
you would like to
I
call
know.
them. Would anyone like to realize that it's a first law of thermodynamics violation? Where's the energy
First
coming
law of
from?
thermodynamics.
Yeah.
The sun.
There's
No, I
energy.
mean like if listen, if the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, and obviously higher altitudes would mean a bigger radius for the spin of those molecules, then at the top you have air that's moving even faster. That's a first law of thermodynamics violation. Now, it's funny that you tried to give the apologetic that you gave, because in academia they just say we don't know why. I've looked it up.
Okay. I mean, don't believe everything you read on the internet, I guess.
No, I said
It
I
goes
looked it
faster
up.
on the top. It goes
So you would
faster
have
on the
to
top
so
because
you would
there's
have
not
to
as
look it up
much
as well.
resistance.
So, I mean, there are reliable sources on the internet. I'm not denying that. I just think that
Right. So you
my
can't just
studies have been
handily
worthy.
dismiss. You can't just dismiss what I'm saying because
I'm
they're
not.
false.
I'm just not believing it as much.
Well,
The
you
jet
don't have
streams
to.
travel
What I
faster.
said is not something. What I said was not a claim.
That's
I,
fine.
I'm simply stating, according to you, what the current paradigm is. Right. Okay. So I'm just pointing out that it's a first law of thermodynamics violation, and I'm telling you that they don't give a reason. They say we don't know. That now you don't have to believe that. You can just go get a source that tells us why that's the case. Right? Doesn't that
So
make
I can.
sense?
So I could go and get any source that would prove my fallacy.
I mean, let it be a credible source at least, not just
But
Wikipedia.
so that a
Demonstrable.
creditable source would actually mean something then.
Well, the people that are claiming what's going on, because the problem is you guys steer away from what they say in academia anyway. You think that the gravity is a pull towards the center of the earth. It's not something that the current rhetoric is. So it's just like
Don't
that.
push your gravity on me.
So all I'm saying
See what
is
you did there.
just go
I
see what just go see what they say. Like you have to go to the they go to them, they,
So who do
whatever
you go
sources
to?
those might be. What do you mean? I went to them because they were the ones making the claim. That's my point. So all you need to do is go to them and get a counterpoint if you can find it. I'm daring you.
A counterpoint to what?
It is English we're speaking.
It is indeed. Well done.
And apologies earlier, Clay. We were understanding we were talking about the jet streams, even though we were saying trade winds. I hope.
So going back to why the jet streams are faster than the air right below them, it's the same reasoning why we planes are able to fly. Is because as you get closer to the wing, you have more friction with the wing, which slows down the air, and so then it creates like a little barrier of air in between. So then the
You
faster
mean like
air
a
is
vacuum?
right above that, and which creates a lower pressure range,
Yeah.
which allows the wings to lift up.
Yeah, you can view that like
Yes.
on any plane footage. Yeah, you can see any plane. You'll see
Well,
the
it's
two wings will have a vortex around the wings. Like you won't see that on the 9/11 plane footage. But on most plane footage, you'll see the vortex on both sides of the wings. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
now
and
justify
the same reasoning
now
is happening on
justify that
Earth.
justify that. That's what I'm
So
you're saying.
you have all that friction with the ground, and so then so the air is going to be slower near the ground. You have mountains and stuff like that, and so when you go above that friction zone, that's where you get those massive wind speeds
No, the
and
high
the jet
you
streams.
can't it's not like the gas particles will just pick up steam. Like no, that's not
They
you need
don't
to
pick.
justify
This is the
you need to
we're not
justify
Gas
picking up
particles
steam.
pick up steam.
They're slowing
listen,
down.
you need to justify what you're saying. So
They're
you're
not
like,
picking up
well,
speed. They're
you're
slowing down.
you're giving me some
As you get closer to the
non-analogous,
surface, they get more and more. They get slower and slower because they're hitting into more and more material.
but you
And
just double
because the
spoke it.
density of the air
Or you
also
just double spoke.
increases, and because the density of the air increases, that creates more friction with the air molecules, slowing it down too.
More dense. Listen, more dense air doesn't mean that the molecules they're actually going faster.
Bro, how do you
Not
know
on
this? Have you
not on
studied
the
air molecules?
not at the very
Well,
surface. They're not going
No, I'm
faster.
asking like,
The fastest air you'll perceive is usually at the top of mountains because there's less friction.
yeah, but we're talking about airspeed. I'm talking about gas particles themselves. Like
yeah.
you're spinning a story that we can't justify.
Elijah, have you even looked into gas particles?
Yeah, I
Have you
have.
even
So
studied? Have you studied
yeah,
gas particles?
I have. Yeah, I have a
You've
little bit.
studied gas
So
particles.
yeah, I have read about them and the gas
Okay,
laws.
but
Yes,
have
I
you
have.
studied them?
I have read about the gas laws and I know how gas works.
No.
I've been in
How
fires.
have you
I can
studied
see.
them?
Listen, man, this is again. So now he's asking me, have I studied them in lieu of
Yes.
me
You
basically
need to
saying,
study
well,
something
just
to know it, right? If I can't just speak French, I have to
well,
learn French to be able to speak it.
I just told you, yeah.
So what degree did you
So
get then?
Did you speak to French
anyway,
people? Is that your
Exactly.
standard? So yeah, you didn't
You
speak to
haven't
French
had
people.
any
Therefore,
education in gas or how particle physics works. So why are you talking about it like you know it? It makes no sense.
listen, if you're going to deny the conversation, you should leave it. If you're just going to deny that reality exists, just leave it, Ed. It's no problem.
Yeah, just go away, just go away. Like there's
He
a
did a
claim
lot.
on the table.
He
There's a
went
claim
away.
on the table. There's a claim on the table. I said justify it. Now you're questioning whether or not I've studied gas particles. Either you can justify your claim or you can't. It's not that hard.
Right. Well, I'm sorry for repeating myself. However, I do stand by the fact that I don't find someone a credible source unless they have solid
Well, I'm not
information,
asking you to source
i.e.,
me, am I?
studying.
I'd never asked you to source me, did I? I said go and find a source that will justify the words coming out of your mouth because I don't believe you.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
then we have an issue here. There's a stalemate
No,
because
we
you
don't.
guys
I
don't
can give
believe.
a source
Yeah,
and he can give
you
a
guys
source.
don't believe each other.
We don't have a problem.
So
I can give a
how are
source
we
and he
gonna
can give a
come
source.
to this?
We don't have a problem. Alls we have to do to adjudicate this matter is he get a source and I get a source.
Well, in my
About
opinion,
what?
there's a problem here.
See, we just
In
never
my
want to
in my
actually put
individual
up or shut up.
perspective, there's a
We just
problem here.
actually never want to put up or shut up. The flat earther says, okay, let's put up or shut up. And you guys say, no, I have a problem with that, putting up and shutting up.
No, that's not what I said. I'm just asking what I need to put
Well,
up.
that's what he's saying. And
Bro, who's he?
well, he just spoke. Like, again, we're speaking English.
Bro. Yes, we are speaking English. I
Right.
get
So
that.
you did hear the
Well, at
other
least I
person
agree on
other
that.
than me speaking
Yeah,
English, right?
I hear multiple people speaking.
Right.
Man,
So
this
that
is
would be him. And here we go again,
I'm
dragging
dumb.
it farther and farther away from.
I'm
Again,
not.
even
I'm not trying to drag it away.
if you're not
Elijah,
making
you're
a
gonna have to
claim,
mute him. He's purposely deterring the conversation.
well, I can't mute
It's
him.
called
I'm not a mod.
trolling, and
I can't
he
mute
doesn't
him.
want anybody to learn. Yeah.
I can't mute him. I'm not a mod. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out how it's a first law of thermodynamic violation, and they're saying no, it's not because of this, that, and the third. And I'm saying that's interesting. Give me a source. Then they say,
How
"Well, I
is
don't
it
believe you." I'm like, "That's fine. I'm not
breaking the
asking you to
laws
push me
of
off the widest precipice
thermodynamics?
as well." What's like? What's the problem?
They won't concede. It's similar to the guy earlier who wouldn't concede that east and west around the central point is a circle. You can't move forward if you don't concede.
No, you're wrong. At east and west around a central point on a sphere, if if you go in one direction, you will make a great circle, as you all
I hate that.
have
Yeah,
described
but
it.
what's that direction? What's that one direction? You're just saying one direction.
Yeah, you're not varying east
What
or
direction?
west. Literally any direction, as long as you stay fixated without moving, varying.
What direction? Like which one?
Dude,
Something wrong with that dude. There really
you don't
is.
need to go there again.
He's got
Yeah,
something.
true.
Yeah. He's demonstrated to be incorrect. Just
Yeah, that's the
don't
point.
go
Like, if
there
you can't
again.
concede to something that you can look up in 2 seconds and find it out, like, and be like, okay, everybody agrees. I must have to like
You
reevaluate
all
my
literally
information.
agreed when I said that, and I said you maintain being perpendicular to the center of the Earth, and you
You
walk
think the
in
North
one.
Pole is at the center of the Earth?
I did not. Why are you
He's not talking
characterizing my
polar.
comments about like that?
He's not
I
talking
didn't
about
say.
going around the poles.
Yeah, and
Oh.
y'all keep trying, and we already hashed this out. Y'all were trying to say that I was saying we're maintaining in coordination with lines of latitude, which I said no, I'm not. I'm saying from any one point, if you walk it without varying any direction, right or left, or relative east or west, then you will make a line that that circumvents the sphere, and you will connect back with the origin point at which you started this trek, and everybody agreed with that.
Okay. I mean, everybody wanted to move on. I just wanted to point out that there has to be some kind of concession. You still didn't concede to the original point, but
Yeah,
What do you want me
everybody
to
agreed
concede
with
to? What do
you
you want me to
on
concede to?
a globe, but you didn't get it
Yeah.
through your head that you're going in a circle around the North Pole, so it's pointless with you.
Okay, so all right, let's go ahead and delve into fake Darth Dawkins over there. So when we are doing what I just described as circumnavigating a sphere while maintaining a straight path, then what is actually happening on a flat Earth model? And I'm not talking about adhering to lines of latitude.
Going straight.
south. Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
how do you account for
No,
meeting
he's
back
not
at the
using a compass. He's not using a compass. He already said so.
Then he will never be able to maintain a straight line if he doesn't even know his bearings.
Well, he's using his imagination.
Imagination bearings. I don't know. You could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's a misnomer. That's just a red herring. What you're doing.
You're telling us you don't
You
need a
all
compass to travel with?
you all understand what it was I said. It's understood. All I'm asking now is what happened. How do you explain the fact that I can arrive back at the origin point
You
in a
can't.
flat
Can
Earth
you,
model?
can you demonstrate who ever did that, please?
Exactly.
Yeah, it has to be demonstrated.
I mean, people have traveled the globe and going one direction. They might not
Not
have followed a
walking.
straight path.
What would you
As
call that one direction? That's
they
what I
might
asked
not.
you earlier, if you don't mind.
You
What would
can't.
you call
You
that
can't
one
say.
direction?
I don't have to call it anything. It's the path that they took, my friend.
What would you call
Forward.
that one direction?
There's
They move
no reason.
forward.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not. You said it's not one direction, actually.
Yeah,
yeah.
you'd have to constantly
There
update.
is variation. That's the pragmatic application. Is yes, there's variation.
So
You
then,
got to
why are
take
you
into account
asking us if someone goes one direction? Why are you asking us anything
because in
with
this
the variable being one? Listen, listen to what I'm saying before you're just trying to
well, first of
regurgitate.
all, there's 3 people saying things. You're not the only one.
Okay, so can you listen to me for a second?
Yep. What's up?
Okay, so one of your values or one of your premises have one direction. That's in the question you're asking. but you're not talking about one direction. That doesn't necessarily follow. It's a non sequitur. Your own question.
I missed it. I missed your point.
Because
Sorry.
the direction would, if you have north, south, east, west as your directions, right? You would have to constantly change your direction to maintain that straight line.
No, you wouldn't.
You'd have to constantly know your bearing on that compass. Yeah.
You would have to
adjust
know
for
your
it to
bearing,
stay
but
straight.
not change
It
your
doesn't
direction.
matter. We're not talking about pragmatically implementing it. We're saying if you did it, if you maintained whatever tools you got to use to make it happen, if you
Hypothetically.
maintain,
Yeah, I thought you
if
said
you
somebody did it.
maintain a straight path, no, you all asked me to show that somebody did it.
I thought you said people
But
do
what
it
I
all the
said,
time. Somebody
what I,
did it. That was the thing. Somebody did it. They
if
do it all
you,
the time.
well, people have gone one direction around the globe.
Which
And
direction?
Show us.
east and west, people have flown around the globe. People have sailed.
Show us.
You just said east and west. You just referred to cardinal direction. Where that? Okay. Now you're going against what your original premise is, right? So.
No, I'm not.
Got to. Yeah, you are. Again, we're going back to cardinal directions, not a dead reckoning as you want us to hyper speculate about, hypothetically. I mean,
Dead
come on.
reckonings. That's the term.
It's you all who don't understand what one direction is, and you're saying, "Oh, well, that's you." And you're really what you're doing is you're saying, "Well, that's really hard to do." You're gonna.
We understand what you're saying, but then when we ask for a demonstration and who did that, you talk about cardinal directions, which is not what you are claiming.
You just forfeited the idea of one direction when you're saying, a path and one direction is not necessarily the same thing. And you said you're not talking about one direction, but now you're criticizing us for
No,
refuting one
I did
direction. You're
say I'm
saying we
talking.
don't even
I
know what it
said
is.
one direction. I said one direction.
Is that a dead
Okay.
reckoning
You have
or
to
a
you
cardinal
have to
basis?
redefine.
You all
My
are
bad.
not answering my question. I'm waiting to hear an
Asking
answer
for
to my
clarity.
question,
Go ahead,
which is
T-Dog.
how
Go
do
ahead,
you
T-Dog.
how if in the global model it is possible to start at your point, go in a straight path, and end up at your same origin point. How is
Okay.
this explained in a flat Earth model?
Okay, ready? How, with what you want to do you keep that heading? What kind of instrument do you use? Because I
That
can't
need not
imagine
apply.
this
Does not
without
compute. Need
something.
not apply in this example.
You said go in a straight line.
We're not saying how to do it. I'm saying
Oh well,
explain.
then your imagination doesn't
Explain
work.
the
I can't explain.
No.
I can't explain your imagination,
No,
son.
you know exactly what it is you need to explain. You need to
Because I
explain
use a compass.
how you end up at the same origin point.
You have some other
in a
way
flat.
of being able
The
to
truth
navigate
is that you
other
can't.
than a compass, dude.
No, you can't do it on a flat Earth model. That's the real answer.
Not talking about models, we're talking about reality. And then when we ask you about who did this in reality,
let me see. The name of this is
we
Flat
talk
Earth.
about
Okay,
East
got
and
it.
West.
The name of this VC is
Dude.
Flat Earth. Last I read.
Dude,
So
are
that
we
is the
talking about a
model.
hypothetical?
That is the model that you all represent.
Are we talking about a hypothetical, or are we talking about
Red Clay,
something
they
that
don't
can be
fear the clowns. Them motherfuckers
demonstrated
can't
in
never prove their
reality?
point. They just mute people. That's it.
Right, I'll mute you too. I'm going to ask Red Clay a question, right? And I want him to answer it, and I will unmute him once I've finished my question, right? Are we talking about a hypothetical situation or a situation that we can demonstrate in reality?
Hypothetical. You have an issue with hypotheticals.
Well,
Only
the
when you
problem is a
claim that.
hypothetical.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let Timbo answer.
A hypothetical doesn't prove anything in reality, does it?
Okay.
We're talking about what we can
So
demonstrate in reality.
All right. So you don't even want to play with my hypothetical. So I will yield the floor to other people who want to speak. I appreciate it.
Finally.
Yeah,
But
it's
you
just that
know,
you kept
Look,
saying that in
I'm good.
reality. Well, hey,
I'm good faith argument. If y'all want to pick it back up, but I'll yield the floor now because
yeah.
that's
Well,
what I
just
want to.
you
I do want to play with my hypothetical. That's what I
yeah,
want to
no
do.
problem,
So
right?
y'all
Well, it's
don't
kind
want
of
to
a
do that.
problem.
That's fine. So I yield the floor.
But you did repeatedly say we do this in reality all the time. That's where it was
No,
like
I
an
didn't.
issue, and people.
Well, people have flown around the Earth. They did not achieve it by
they
flying this.
navigate
Hold on,
around
bro.
the earth.
Hold on, Astro. Um, People have flown around the Earth. No, they did not fly in a perfect single direction. That's not. You're right. And when we talk about pragmatically going around the globe, there are tons of other factors we have to consider. I understand that, and I totally reconcile with that. But
Thanks.
we want to deal with a hypothetical to help understand the idea of this flat Earth. You don't want to interact with my hypothetical. I totally am okay with that. And now I'm going to yield. So thank you all.
Yep, he yielded all right. So anyway, I only know how to use a compass myself for direction. I'm not sure how you go. Okay, how would anybody go? Say I wanted to go from here to Texas. How do I figure out which way that is? When the compass is going to be turning slightly north, every time I go a little bit more west, the compass wants to point backwards a little bit more because the north would be on my right. So, how do I go in a straight line when the compass is always turning? But if I wanted to go west, I could just drive west and make the compass not turn. But if I want to go southwest, it's a little different in a straight line without using a compass. If anybody can explain, that would be great.
No, because east and west aren't straight lines. It's slightly curved because the north is fixated on the singular point.
Yeah, well, that guy doesn't understand that.
Oh, oh. Well, I've noticed that flat earthers have a lot of trouble imagining things in 3D.
We don't
Like,
need to imagine. We can go outside. What's there to imagine, son?
Wait, we don't have trouble with nothing, buddy. Let me
no,
tell
no,
you that.
just in general, and a lot of them are trolling, and they're actually faking it just so that they
What?
can be in the.
What do you mean trolling?
Don't worry. He'll type when he wants to speak.
Yeah, his cog disc tells him that you guys have to be just joking around, or else his whole world falls apart.
Well, who is that? No tanks. How do what? The, isn't it amazing what these people do? They come in here and what they say and how they react. When you just give them straight facts, they say, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. Like if it's true, right, that the Earth is not a globe, it's kind of a big deal. So you can understand, but you have to at some point concede to something we can all agree on instead of just saying, no, let's imagine something else that we can't all agree on.
Dude, they really want us to accept their pseudoscientific space monkey story.
Everybody's unmuted. The floor's back open.
I really want them to accept, that there's no evidence of that. But we don't get what we want.
No evidence of what?
Space monkeys.
Oh yeah, we agree. No evidence of space monkeys. I'd be curious why you guys want to deny evolution so badly, and why we can't be evolved from apes, or actually, I think we're still apes, but at least categorically.
Because there's an intelligent creator.
Yeah, but I'm asking why do you need that for your life?
You don't need it.
Because it's proven in our DNA.
And listen, do cakes
Oh,
bake
if we can't
themselves?
explain it, God did it.
Will
Nice.
will cakes
It
bake
is proven
themselves?
by God.
It's in your DNA.
Will a cake bake itself?
You muted Ed already, guys.
Bro, you gotta stop being so aggro with the mute, bro. Really,
You gonna answer the question? Can a cake bake itself?
No, they can't.
So somebody has to bake the cake, right?
Yes, in terms of when it comes to cakes,
had-
yes.
Is
So
this your
somebody had to
retard
make everything
implementation of
else,
the
right?
watchmaker argument?
When you bake a cake, do you create the flour and the milk and the eggs ex nihilo?
No, we got to put it all together. We got
But
to
it's already existing for you, right?
harvest the wheat and all that shit before the cake is made. In
Yeah,
reality,
so baking a cake is just a rearrangement of existing matter,
yep.
right?
So otherwise, everything might as well just be one big hodgepodge of nothingness, right? Or why would there be so many different things that
Yeah,
were
so how does
created?
that how does that apply to the
created.
universe itself then? How's the
Obviously,
cake analogy?
everything
How does the
around
cake
us
analogy?
was
Never mind.
created.
He doesn't want to listen. He wants to talk.
Yeah.
So do you think everything exploded into intelligence?
No.
What? You don't think the Big Bang exploded into intelligence?
No.
Wow. So where did the intelligence part come from?
There are
I don't
different
know.
components to the universe that
There you
Hard
go.
make
question.
the universe explain itself.
Oh my
I think we missed that about the universe explaining itself.
With shapes and meanings and principles.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is that really proof by saying shapes and meanings and principles? You seem to
And
be pretty
patterns.
well educated. Can someone explain to me why the Panama Canal has locks? Because the ocean should be. This is why I don't believe in altimeters. I prefer barometers.
Look and see how it was built then.
Well, I know how it's built. It's got ships to cross the Continental Divide. There's a man-made lake called Gatun. It's about 50 feet above what they call sea level.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, why would they need the lock?
Man-made lake. You said it.
I think it's because they use the lake to minimize the amount of canal they have to build.
You answered your own question. That's great. I love when you guys do that. It's great.
Wait, who are we guys?
Normies.
Oh, sorry, I'm not taking any sides here. Like I said, I'm agnostic as to the shape of the Earth. Unless you want to fly me up to the space station or whatever.
Did somebody claim they had proof of evolution? Like there was a claim there?
I think you could see some sort of proof based on DNA being the same from old samples and new samples. That would sort of prove some kind of evolution, I think. I mean, you can even see it when you have kids, right? If you have two parents with blue eyes, then your kid's probably gonna have blue eyes.
Can you tell me why you can go take a DNA sample from a rock?
I can't really hear you either. Whoever's about to answer.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I could go to a rock and take a DNA sample, but could you
From
explain
a
to
rock.
me what's the odds of two black people having a white kid?
Okay, so can anybody tell me why you can take a rock sample and get DNA from it?
I take that as a no.
Yo, Dr. Astro, I got a question. Are you there? I guess not.
What?
Ask your question.
Okay, if the Earth, do you think that the Earth has like an edge that you can exit?
The globe is the one that claims an edge, and then when it's been been put under scrutiny, it's found not to exist.
So there is no edge.
You claimed an edge, like the globe claims an edge, right? And you're just asking like an imaginary question.
Wait, I'm just asking what you believe.
Listen, I live in Ohio. How the fuck would I know?
Yeah, somebody's gotta get y'all gotta get this dude off your team.
Yeah, the globe claims an edge of, on a radius of 3959, so it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's been falsified, that edge. So you think there needs to be an edge still just because you loved the edge of the globe.
That's a good point.
Are you trying to speak, Elijah? Is anybody else having trouble hearing Elijah?
I don't
I'm
know.
not hearing Elijah.
I don't think so. I think that's his hot mic. It's just there he goes. He muted himself.
So are most of the flat earthers here come out of a Christian background for it? Are they coming from a biblical interpretation?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No, in fact, if I struggled for years to try and reconcile the two together, and it always was a conflict in my mind.
All right.
Until
Just
now.
curious. And so, Timbo, what do you think's driving you to this flat Earth thing? You think it's just the evidence? You find it that persuasive, or the lack of it, or not, Timbo?
Yeah. So there's claims on the table that what we observe and experience isn't actually what we observe and experience. It's the opposite. And when asked for demonstrations of these claims, there's none.
I find that interesting because it is exactly what I observe and experience, and it sounds like you guys are telling me to ignore everything I've observed and experienced for 59 years of my life. And so I'm curious what you think you observe and experience, and how that differs from
Well,
what I
right
observe
there,
and experience.
yeah, you trusted your ears, you trusted that sound right just now, and it was lying to you because that's not what anybody told you.
He
No
said
matter if it sounded like it or not.
Okay, what did he tell me then? What did I miss?
So maybe you were onto something. Maybe you specifically should not trust your senses.
What did he tell me that I missed then, Tanks?
That you missed? I don't know, but somehow you heard not to trust yourself.
But I know that's what I hear you guys telling me all the time, right? I watch the sunset. It looks like it's going down to me. It doesn't look like it's going away from me. It looks like it's going down.
Perhaps
And you're
he's
saying
just not
don't
looking in
trust
the
that.
sky.
And you're saying
So
when I
you
watch a boat
probably
go over
get
the horizon, and it looks to me like it's disappearing from the bottom up, like it looks like it's going behind an obstruction, just like a car goes behind a hill. You're telling me to ignore that. That's not what I'm seeing.
Who
somebody
told you
touched on
that?
that a little bit.
Who told
Yeah.
you that? So the sun looks like it's going down, like it's losing altitude. Yeah, it looks that way for everyone. Things disappearing bottom up, yeah, it looks that way for everyone. So
Uh-huh.
who's telling you to? I mean, I I was watching a video about like some sort of like
That you complete that
psychology
sentence.
major or something, and he was basically saying that flat earthers are faulted at looking at something and then saying what it looks like. Is that can't be what you're doing, right?
No, I'm saying, what does it look like?
Hmm.
And trust your senses. What does it look like it's
Oh,
doing?
not. I mean, you mean trust your eyes because that's the
Yes.
only sense you can't use
Yes.
it in the
Sure. Trust my eyes.
you
Yes.
yeah. So trust your sense.
Yes. And why
Oh,
don't
okay,
you?
that's cute.
Why don't you
Oh,
trust
I
your eyes?
remember you now.
Why don't you trust
Oh
your eyes?
shit. You know what's crazy? Remember you tried to
Yeah.
get me to remember who you were in the conversation we had? I remember you now. I
From
think
where?
I asked you to give me an example of something that you've never experienced before and that you could 100% know from using just one sense alone.
No, that wasn't me.
It wasn't you? Could you do that?
No. Could I 100% no? Well, first of all, I would never say 100% no because to know is to know.
Well, could you know
It is
something or not know
redundant.
it? I mean, can you qualify something to be what it is with just seeing something, even though you've never experienced it with any other senses?
Can you give me a specific example of something that seems very
No, I'm
abstract and
asking
I have a
you to
hard
give me an example, like, because
I,
that's what you're. I mean, it seems analogous because you're saying you're looking at, right,
yes.
these things. Okay, that's
Uh-huh.
one sense. So give me an example, any other example. It makes sense to do that, and you're actually correct.
Well, if I see an airplane,
Well, you've experienced an airplane before, haven't you?
yes,
With
If-
more than
yeah.
one sense?
So
Oh,
you're
okay.
asking me if
So
there's anything that I could just see, having never experienced anything of its kind
Listen,
before,
you can
and
trust your
accept its
eyes, man.
reality?
It's fine.
Okay,
You could
well, so
see,
well,
right? Like
so
you
long,
could.
so like,
uh,
because when I say experience, I mean with just two or more senses, not just one.
I mean, we done it all. That's how we learned everything from when we were a baby, right? We never experienced anything
So you're
before we were
looking at
born.
something and you're feeling it. Like that's two senses. Sorry, try again.
No, a lot of us, we see something for the first time as a
You see
child, and
it,
we
you
go,
touch it, you taste it. Try again. We're just talking about one sense.
I've never touched a tiger,
Okay, but you know what a tiger is, right?
but I've never touched one. All I've ever done is seen a tiger. What else? I never smelled one. I've never
You haven't
tasted
lived
one.
till you
I've
smell
never
one.
touched one. So, does a tiger fit what you're saying?
I've seen one in person.
I know,
I've
but I've
smelled.
just seen it, right? I never
Yeah,
smelled
I've
one.
touched a tiger before.
Where'd
Well,
he go?
I mean, you can't. But it has to be possible, though, to test it with more than just your eyeballs.
Well,
That's
it might be
like.
possible, but I've never done it, right?
Yeah,
But
okay,
I do.
that's what I
I do
mean.
believe in
So
tigers,
like you can go up to a tiger and touch it. Like so we know that. So
but I can't.
I'm just saying, give an example. Give an example of someone has though. Like you
Okay,
can go to the zoo, you can go to the zoo and see someone experiencing a tiger.
sure. I've never
All I'm
seen someone.
asking for, all I'm
Okay,
asking for is,
okay.
look, if it's not
How about this? A
possible,
blue whale.
if
A blue
it's not
whale.
possible, just say that.
Does a blue whale fit what you're
Stop.
saying? I'm trying to
Sorry,
answer your question,
not
man.
you, not you, my dog.
Oh, who's talking? Does a blue whale answer your question? I have never experienced a blue whale. I've never seen anybody touch a blue whale. I've never seen anybody, but I've seen video only of blue whales.
But it's possible, right?
I have seen a blue whale before, personally.
But
Oh,
it's
oh, cool.
possible, right?
Yes, it's possible for
More than
someone
two.
to see a blue whale. Yes.
Okay. So again, give me something. Give me an example of. I mean, because look, you're just talking about looking at a sunset. Again, that's one sense,
You
and
could look
you're
at other
saying, well,
things. Yeah. You could look at like street lights going down, right?
you
You can
know
get a
what's you know what's
camera and
crazy? You know
find
what's
out they don't.
crazy? Again, we're talking about making assumptions based off of just looking at things. And people claim that flat earthers do that, but nobody in this chat is doing that, but you're doing that right now.
Who's ever claimed flat earthers
That's
make
really the
assumptions by
point of it all.
looking at things? I've never heard anybody make that accusation against you guys.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder how many people in the chat agree with you right there.
Yeah, it's a good question. I've never.
I often hear like people say, "Oh, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat." So,
Well,
but then you're
why do
saying
you
it
think
looks,
they would be saying
yeah.
that? Because they think that flat earthers are saying, well, it looks flat, right?
So
That would be the
yeah,
only reason that
so
someone would say, well, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat, because they think that flat earthers are saying it looks flat, right or wrong.
okay, sure. If that's the one thing that they're saying about you, yeah, I think I've heard people say that. You're
Yeah, 'cause
saying it's
Scott's
flat
saying
because
the
it looks
opposite. He's
flat.
saying it looks not flat.
Hey, excuse me, is somebody hot micing?
Yeah. Yeah, someone is hot micing. That's not me.
But is there any other thing that you're accused
No, I
of
mean the
looking
bottom
at
line
and
is
denying?
you said it looks like it. Okay, so it looks like it. You're describing what a sunset looks like. It looks like
Yes,
the sun
yes, yes,
decreases in altitude. Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Does it look like
But it
that to
also
you
moves
too?
away from you, like if you're, especially if you're near the equator. Um, and
Does it?
at certain times of the year, you look up and you can see it pass over you. So you know that it's going away in some respect. Even if you're in a globe spinning away from it, it's still a way.
But does it look to you like it's making an arc over you, or does it look to you like it's going away from you along a track parallel to you? What does it look like to you?
Well, it looks well. If I were to do a time lapse, I guess it looked like an arc.
And
Or
so
maybe even
why
like a
don't you just
pyramid.
accept that's true, that it's making an arc over you?
Well, I'm not arguing that. Who
So
is?
do you agree it
Why
makes an
don't you
arc
just
over us?
accept
I
the
mean,
Earth is flat because it looks flat?
it's just like a protractor with the degrees on it. Like
Yeah, I agree.
if you were to take all the degrees and then like connect them to lines, it look like an arc. Yeah. So what?
So, but do you think we could tell the difference between whether it's making an arc or whether it's on some kind of a parallel track? You think we could tell the
Well,
difference by looking at it?
a parallel track. Who's saying that the sun moves in a straight line?
I've heard many people say
Well,
that it
I'm
makes like
not,
an
so I
oval.
don't know why.
Okay. Well,
Is anyone else in here saying
okay.
the sun moves in a straight
Okay.
track?
Well,
Will you, will you,
he's not way off because what I've heard, what you can show to demonstrate the same effect that he's getting is you can raise an object, right, like to a certain elevation parallel to the floor. So you'll have like two horizontal planes, and you can move the higher object away from you, and it'll appear as if it's receding and going down. So maybe that's what he's referencing.
Well, I mean, but I mean, we have pictures of the Earth. I mean, the sun looking like that. Like, so I don't get it.
Yeah, it
but do
doesn't,
you,
Scott. It doesn't necessarily mean that that nobody's saying that the sun has to be parallel. It can be doing whatever it wants to do, right? But we can demonstrate this visual effect that you're having to be a visual effect, right? Because you can do that with a camera over a table and have something appear like it's merging into the table, but then you can zoom in and see that it pops right back up off of the table visually, but not actually.
I don't think you can though, and I think all the attempts I've seen that have
Well,
tried have failed miserably. It does not look like the sun setting.
well, it's a shame because while it looks like it's making an arc around me, it also appears like it's just moving in a straight line down. Though those both of those things are true.
Yes, I agree.
Now the latter is true at the end of the day.
Yeah, it looks like it's making a straight line down, right? Yeah, so we
Yeah,
agree there.
so both of those things are true. Yeah, depends
But
on the
if,
time of day,
but
I guess. So it depends on how you're looking at it. Are you talking about the whole day? Are you
so
talking about hours before sunset
do you
after it's
think you and
past
I
the what meridian?
do you think you and I are capable of determining whether something is moving away from us or moving in an arc?
Look, listen. The conversation start like I hate conversations that like kind of go from one thing to another thing. You began with the sun appears like
Yes.
it's going down in altitude and it appears like things disappear bottom up like it's going over a hill. And
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, so I'm not arguing that that's what it looks like, but you claim that we are. No, I disagree.
Why do you disagree though? That's what I'm asking.
Because we all see the same thing. I disagree that you say that we're in an argumentation about what it looks like. No, we're not.
No, I agree. We agree with what it looks like. I've
But
started with that. We agree to what it looks like.
no, that's not what you started with.
But
That's somebody else correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what he started with, or is the opposite of what he started with?
my assertion from the start is
I asked someone else, dog. Give it some breathing room.
okay.
I didn't hear what he said last.
Excuse my slang. Some tells me you're not a slang person. My bad. So I'm saying. So he said that flat earthers argue about what things look like. Now he's saying we're not in argument about what things look like. We agree that they look like what they look like.
He
Couldn't he
originally
take
said
both?
he shouldn't
Didn't
trust
he
his
take both
senses.
stances?
He took both. He keeps
But
going back and forth.
didn't he take both stances? Like in the beginning, he was saying
Yes.
that we argue that that we argue about what it looks like. We say that it's
Yes.
not looking like what he was claiming. That's what he said, right?
No.
Right.
Yes, he originally disagreed with me, saying that what we observe and experience is antithetical to the claim on the table that it's not what we observe. He says he observes and experiences the spinning ball all the time.
Oh, well, that's something you never said that. Not in the last 10 minutes we were talking.
No, but I never said that at all. That I observed the spinning ball.
All right.
Right.
Okay. You alluded to it, right?
Yes, I say I observe sunsets and I observe moonsets.
So what you're saying is
And
that you've observed something you could explain by calling it a spinning ball. You haven't actually observed it. Because you can't.
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd agree with that. The only explanation I can give for what I'm seeing is that we're on a sphere. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there's a completely working framework for a flat Earth that
Really?
checks
Would you
out
care to
with all
share it?
science. I'm gonna let someone more educated than myself to that. I'm not an expert on the subject, but
Yeah,
I know I've
because most flat earthers are now in the position of where they claim to know nothing.
I'm not claiming to know nothing. I'm telling
I
you.
know, but I think we'll find most flat earthers
That,
here will
I
not make a claim for
I don't think
anything.
that's honest.
You're extrapolating what you're seeing and then claiming that it's because the Earth is a sphere.
Sure, I'll cop to that. Yes.
Okay,
But
that's
that's
an
just okay.
extrapolation.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, because I assume the Earth is a big place. You know,
No, let's go back to
as
what
far
you
as our
said before
scale.
you move on. Like
I
you
was
said that
talking about the same
we
thing.
don't know anything. Like who said that?
What path does the sun take?
You said we don't know anything. What does that mean?
Okay, it means, for example, if I asked you what path the sun takes, you're going to say,
It
I
takes
don't
the
know.
path of what it looks like to you and to me. What's wrong with that answer?
But what path is that? How do we
The
describe
one
that
that
path?
you and I both see it take.
This is what I'm talking about.
Well, no, it's not what you're talking about because that is knowledge. Like I'm looking at the sun, it's physically doing something. I'm taking in information. It's not staying at the same singular point. So it's going from point A to point B.
Not in the
And so
sky.
that's what I experience. That's not nothing.
What path does it take over the Earth? Can we track it?
Ultimately, I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
I don't know. You tell me. It seems that they have a little bit of a problem with
Thank
that.
you. You just said I don't
Well,
know.
I said, listen, because they have a bit of a problem with that. Now, what do I mean by they? Well, I'm not going to be following the sun around the earth. So I got to look at the information that's available to me, right? So that's not direct knowledge. That is, you know, indirect knowledge, if you can call it that,
Okay,
because we
sure.
don't know what it's doing. But let's say I take it face value. They don't know the path of the
Who is
sun.
we?
They have a crude understanding of the path of the sun. You know how I know that? Is
Right.
because instead of using the North Star, they use the sun, and that's why we don't know when the fuck the sunset is according to time and date. It's off by a margin.
But well, who's the we? Are you talking about flat
Specifically
earthers
because
or
they're trying to use a
globalists?
model that puts the sun at a certain location above the earth. And that's why we have this problem of not knowing exactly when the sun is doing what, because
When
they
you
have this
say
reification that they're using to try
when you
to
say exactly, what do you mean? Down to the microsecond
what
or down to the minute?
down to it. This is sunset. No, it's not. Not yet. It isn't. Like that.
So you're talking to the minute, to the hour? I mean, what are we talking?
I don't
Microsecond?
listen. What time is it right now?
Because I'm
What
pretty
time is
sure
it?
we're capable of. It's
What time
1:34 where
is
I
it?
am.
Exactly.
1:34 where I am.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
And so you're telling me I can't calculate when the sun, but the sun takes about
And
5 minutes from the
I'm
time
just
the
telling
bottom hits to
you
the
that
top's
they
on.
don't have
What are
a
we talking
model that
about?
predicts sunset.
We
That's all I'm
do,
saying.
but we
No,
do.
they don't. No, they don't. Why don't you look
I
at
don't know.
timeanddate.com tonight
Uh-huh.
see when the sun is gonna set for you, and then see if it actually sets at that time, and then you get back to me, bud.
It will, yeah, it'll set exactly at the time they think it is.
All right, so go on ahead and prove that tonight.
I've done
You're
it
gonna have you're gonna have a
dozens of
sunset tonight,
times.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
But I have a mountain between me and the sun.
Oh, then you can't do that. Sorry. Well,
No, I can adjust for the height of that mountain,
no,
and I
you
can
can't adjust
predict
for
it.
that. You have to
And
see the sunset over what? An unobstructed view.
well, so I can drive over to the coast. It's like 35
So
minutes
okay,
away,
so
and I
do
can
that.
watch it set
So
by
go ahead
Santa
and do
Cruz.
that. So go ahead and do that then. No problem.
But I've done it before, and that's what
So
I'm
go
telling
ahead
you. You
and
guys,
do it then instead of
I've already,
baselessly asserting it. So go ahead
I've
and do it
already,
then.
I've
Well, I
already
look,
done
guess
it
what? Guess what? Okay, so
many, many,
I
many
can have
times.
so someone else who isn't you. So he
Yes,
says what he's saying, I'm saying what I'm saying. So the third party, somebody else, look at timeanddate.com and see if the sun actually sets at that time. Then you'll know whether he's right or I'm right. That's all. There's really
yeah,
no
okay,
reason for you and I to go back and forth, right?
fair enough,
Right, fair enough.
guys. Everybody, go out and do it for yourselves. Prove it to yourselves. I agree with. Who am I talking to,
Hmm.
anyways?
Yep.
Thanks, Elijah.
I'm
Now
talking with Elijah, and yeah, everybody go out and do it.
it's crazy because we
It's
know that the
beautiful.
sun doesn't set when it's supposed to because of refraction. So he's sitting here arguing for a position that they don't even hold. I know that. I don't know why he doesn't know that.
No, because if you included refraction, which you must do in order to get an accurate time the sun is setting, it will include that refraction and it will set at the right time.
No, you can't do that.
Why not?
That'd be begging the question.
Why?
Well, you need to have a
It's part of
geometric
our model.
surface, right? You need to have a geometric surface at the geometric location in order for it to obstruct you at the exact time that a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles would have. If you got that, that would be swell.
But that's not our model. You're telling us that our
No,
model,
that
if
is
we ignore
that's the
if we
model.
ignore part,
That's I mean that's those are the metrics.
but our model includes
3,959
refraction.
miles, right?
But our model includes refraction.
Okay,
And you're,
so
and you're saying
with
ignore
refraction,
refraction.
okay, so with refraction, where's the horizon?
A couple of arc minutes off where it would be.
Okay, so let's do it. I don't know, in miles. How far away is it with, say, a 1 foot observer?
I don't know. I don't have an Earth curve calculator on hand.
Okay, well you could whip one up, couldn't you?
I
Or
could,
you want me to do it?
but okay. Let's say we calculated the distance to the horizon from
Yeah,
1 foot
yeah, that would
elevation.
be the obstruction point, the
How
tangent
does
point,
that
right?
how does that
That
affect
would
when
be
the
the
sun sets?
obstruction point at which you would see a sunset. What's so hello? Because it's
Yeah,
the
sure,
Earth
sure.
spinning
It would
and
be,
the Earth's
yes.
curvature that causes the sunset. So saith you.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, we need to take refraction into account, especially at 1 foot.
Yeah. So it's like 1.2 miles. That pushes it to 1 point. I don't know, 3, 2. That's nice.
What does the miles have to do with when the sun sets, though?
Well, it has to set
Yeah, no,
below
but all we care about is
that geometric or that measured tangent
but
point.
all we care about is angles.
All we care about is it literally physically going below like you believe it does. That's all.
Yeah,
So in order
and
for it
that's
to go
based on
below,
the angle.
you need to see the geometric horizon refracted. So if you're at 1 foot off the ground, you need to see it at 1.32 miles. Because anything beyond that, you'll just be making a claim unfalsifiable. So if we're gonna go with the standard atmospheric refraction uh model, if you can call it that, then we would just be going with 1.32. You would see a geometric horizon at 1.32. You would be able to qualify that with some sort of distance markers, maybe a boat, maybe a boonie, whatever they're called. I don't know. And then you would see the sun setting right below that geometric point.
How does this affect when the time the sun set, which is the original thing you're
All right.
asking
Well,
about?
look, buddy. I don't know if it's impossible for anyone else to see what I'm saying. I mean, because I'm just parroting again the diagrams that I've seen and the information that I have. I'm not making it up. I'm just trying to relay to you guys what's already there. I'm not
But what
making anything up. I'm not giving reasons. I'm not giving interpretation. I'm just telling you what it is. And he's like, he
what
doesn't understand why I'd be thinking this way. I don't get it.
but what you said is we can't tell what time the sun is going to set.
Because that's true.
But we do all the time.
We don't have to argue again
It is
20 minutes
inaccurate.
past the point of saying, well, we'll
But
figure
it's
that out,
not.
won't we? Well, we will
But the,
figure that out, won't we?
the,
We don't have to
this is
argue about it. It's not. It is. It's not.
yeah,
You already said your
this
piece. I already said my piece. How do you not know how to let a conversation move forward?
But this is what I was saying earlier when you guys asked me to deny my lived experience. And I've
No, I
seen
didn't.
the
No,
sunset
I
set
didn't.
at
No, I
precise
didn't.
times.
No, I
Not you
didn't. You would have to
specifically.
know where
Not
the
I
sunset
wasn't
place.
talking to you when I said that in the first time. I said globe
So
Earth. I mean flat
okay.
Earth just
So
in
all you
general.
have to do to prove your point is get other people to see a sunset and for it to be predicted to happen exactly when the math says it should. That's all I said, bro. What's the
Okay.
problem?
But we already agreed they have to go do that themselves, right? I can't do it for them.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Either people are going to seek knowledge or they're not. That's not my
I
problem.
agree. I agree. But there's nothing I can do for them, right? We agreed to that.
Like it's nobody to do for you. For example, you will say, "Look it for the sunset." I will tell you, "Look it for the distance," and make a research of distance. And you will say, "No, no, no, no. Look at the sunset." I say, "I don't care about sunset. Look it for the distance."
Well, I've already dealt with the
Well,
distance. The distance easy. It's a couple of arc minutes of refraction. Explains the
It's
distance.
not.
Problem solved.
there is no refraction on a black swan example. There is a water, ocean, physical water.
Yeah, which requires about 6 arc minutes of refraction. Problem solved.
That's a
Next.
real water. That's not refraction. That's water. That's not light doing something phenomena doing that we see phenomena.
Yeah, that's just you misunderstanding the situation.
You misunderstand the
Right.
physicality of the globe. That means physicality of globe is on 1.22 miles. But now we will look the sunset, and because you observe the sunset, I observe the distance. Distance is 10 miles. It's not 1.22 miles. You
6
said
arc minutes.
refraction.
6 arc minutes of refraction solves that problem.
6
No, it
hours
doesn't.
minutes of
It
anything
does
doesn't
though.
change the physicality of the water.
If
Black
That's actually
Swan
correct.
isn't refraction, why all the distortion in the oil rigs?
Right, so
But how does
now you're just
Oil rigs.
but
Look at this. Oil rigs. It's a big screen, white screen with written 9 miles, and that
yeah.
number now 9. It's like refracted, and you don't
But
see
not
that it's 9. You know.
but not Timbo. How does
Do you
6 arc
understand
minutes of
me? Do you
refraction
understand
not
this
solve the
point? Do you
problem?
understand this point? Imagine this is not oil rig. This is screen, big white screen with the letter 9, and now you see the letter 9. It's wobbling, but behind it's water and physical horizon. Do you understand that?
you're saying refraction, you're supporting the black swan argument.
How so?
You're forfeiting your 1.225 mile distant horizon and claiming there is no physical geometric horizon.
It's not true. It just appears in a different place because of refraction. It's the thing.
Okay.
That's
Can you
not
Everything
even
we
what they
see.
claim.
can you tell me that refraction index for that day 1 foot observed high 10 miles? Why it's not giving 7 miles?
I have no idea.
That's
I
not
didn't
the
take the
claim, Scott.
picture.
That's not the claim.
What is that on 10 miles? What do you
What is
see
what at
after?
what is what at 10 miles?
What do you see after a second oil rig? You see something? Do you see ocean after
Yes.
oil rig?
Okay.
Thank you.
What
Thank you. Thank you. That's all. We don't need to speak about Earth, globe, Earth, flat Earth. You see the ocean behind all this. That's enough.
Dude.
Now you put. I relax. Now you can put that. Now you can put that. What you see in real life, you can put in formula and say, "What the fuck? I am seeing this," and you say refraction. No, no refraction. You seeing that? No refraction. You know that stuff is real.
You don't understand what refraction is apparently, but what height
Man,
would you
I
have?
don't need to understand what is refraction. Is it ocean real behind the oil rig?
What height would you have to be at to see a 10-mile horizon?
the height to be to 10-mile horizon.
Yeah, what height would you have to be at? The observer height
I'm not
to
speaking
have a
about
10-mile
horizon.
horizon.
Horizon is not on 10 miles. The water is on 10 miles.
1 foot apparently.
I'm telling you where is the
No,
physical
without
water.
refraction.
The
What
horizon
is
is
the
apparent place.
what does the calculator say? What height would you have to be at to see 10 miles?
No,
10-mile
sorry. Why are
horizon.
you why are you going to a calculator? Sorry, because that calculator uses a 1.225 mile distant horizon.
Yeah, that's out without refraction.
Oh, I see. So you're going to justify that 1.225 mile horizon?
Am I going to justify it? Yeah, we would see it without refraction.
What?
Right. When was that done?
I've seen it many times. I grew up surfing and haven't surfed in a while, but I see the curve all the time.
Come on,
Again, you
man.
guys asked me to. You guys
No
asked me to
way.
deny my experience of reality.
Scott.
Dude, you're losing your mind, I'm telling you.
Again, you guys are asking me to deny my experience of reality.
You are. Oh, I see spiraling. It's going in triangles.
So you're telling me when I sit out there on my surfboard, Huntington Beach, California, and I look over, I see Catalina Island, I only see the top of it. And a
Man.
friend of mine went there and told me there's a marina right in front of that I've never seen. Somehow I
When
can't
you're
see
on
this
like
marina.
solid land, do you ever move?
And it was 1.2
Josh
miles
needs
from
to
that
deny
marina.
that.
And it was 1.2 miles
Nobody.
from that marina.
No, the Catalina's like 25 miles away from Huntington Beach.
Oh, 25 miles.
Yes. And I can never see the marina. Why is that?
Nobody's asking you to deny that experience, right?
Okay.
You're saying what you're saying is you want me to deny my interpretation of that experience.
What's your
That's what you're
interpretation of
saying.
the experience then that I'm asking you to deny?
I'm not interpreting it. You are.
Yes, I am.
I'm
I agree. I'm interpreting it. But I'm wondering why you guys don't interpret your own experiences.
I see 10 miles water, ocean. You see 10 miles water, ocean. You are saying there is refraction. I'm saying I see water. There is nothing is happening. There is water.
What do you think refraction is?
Man, if we go to the beach and if we see something in a distance, we will see that without any knowledge about science or light or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand me? And
What do you
you will
think
tell me,
refraction is,
you
though?
will. Oh my God, do you hear me? And you will say, listen, this is not real because we need to look now in what light is doing.
Did you hear
What's
him?
cutting off the top of Catalina,
Hello,
Scott?
everyone.
Refraction.
Good evening,
Scott.
everyone.
Hello, Get Baguette. I'd just like to ask Scott, what's cutting off the bottom of Catalina? Is it refraction or is it a physical geometric location?
It's the curvature of the Earth, and it's being blocked by the water.
Are you invoking that refraction can make you see further?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, that's the way refraction works. Yes, light bends.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't
you can
work that way. It doesn't work that way.
But it does.
Listen. When you
No,
talk
it just
about
does.
refraction in the air, yeah, that's not refraction actually. Yeah, it's refraction index of the air. And do you know what that stands for? It's not one and the same thing with refraction. Because refraction of the light is when light moves from one medium through another.
No, just different densities of media.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have different densities. He has air with
Temperature is different
pockets of
densities.
temperatures, and the
Which create
temperature in
different
the air
densities.
distort. Distort when there is heat. Yeah, it can distort the propagation of light through the air. That's a distortion, not refraction. But the refraction index of the air, because the air is a mixture of gases and vapor. So That's why it has a refraction index. Do you know what that stands for? Because we are measuring this refraction index.
I have
So
no idea what you're
I think
talking about.
man, how can I asked you, do you know what the refraction index stands for
I assume it's
of
the
the air?
degree to which light will be refracted.
No,
Oh,
wrong,
okay. Okay, I'm wrong.
wrong.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain it to me then?
The refraction index of the air stands for its transparency. It measures how transparent it is.
I don't think that's true.
Uh, you don't have to trust me. Go and verify. We have physics of light for this.
Okay, where should I look that up then?
Yeah. Search the refraction index of air. Yeah. Vast majority of weather station, they are measuring very precisely this refraction index of air because it tells them a lot
What does
of
it tell them?
things. It
Okay.
can even tell them when it will rain.
Based on the refraction index. That'll tell them when it
Yeah,
rains. Wow.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. When more humidity comes in the air, visibility drops, and soon there will be rain
And how
in
does
that
this
area.
how does this affect whether I
Yeah.
can see the marina over at Catalina Island when I'm sitting in the
Listen,
water?
listen. In the place where there is a storm, rain, there is high humidity
Oh
in
my
the
God.
air, and there are winds. Yeah, and the winds blowing. Yeah, they bring first a higher humidity in the air, and then the rain comes.
Great.
What?
Completely irrelevant. What does
Okay,
that do with whether I
you're
can't
the
see the
expert.
marina at Catalina?
Well, I just told you that the refraction you
You told me it
invoking
rains.
has nothing to do. No, I didn't tell you it rains. I told you that meteorologists, they can predict this.
What does this
Yeah.
have to do with why I can't see the marina at Catalina
The
Island?
refraction index stands for the transparency of the air.
And why are you having
The
your own
more
conversation?
humidity, listen, the more humidity you have in the air, the less transparency.
Okay. Does that explain why I can't see the boats?
Yeah,
Okay, how?
a higher refraction index in the air means shorter distance visibility.
But if I went up in a helicopter, I could see the boats.
Yes, because you are changing the angle of resolution.
Am I changing the refractive
Yeah.
index?
Yeah, your light source, yeah, when you make observations in daytime, your light source is in the sky. So the higher you go in the sky, the more direct reflection to your eye you have, the more light comes into your eye. Yeah.
Okay, so
And
what happened to the refractive index then? Where'd that go?
That's okay. We don't have to explain why or why not something is or isn't observed. If you have a claim on the table of why,
Why don't you
then
want to
you
explain it though?
I don't have to.
listen,
I'm not making a
listen,
claim
I
about
know
it.
you don't have to, but why don't you want to?
I'm not
listen,
curious about why.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
listen.
Thank you.
When you are on the ground and you are looking towards the horizon, the sun, shines that light on the surface of the ground, and that light reflects omnidirectionally to your eye from to a almost 90-degree angle. Actually, it's much smaller than that when it's past when it's close to sunset, afternoon. Yeah. So that spot where the sun is on top of the world, yeah, its light comes perpendicular on the surface of the ground, and you see that location from the sea or land if you have flat land. But that light shining from the sun down to the surface of the ground reflects to almost a 90-degree angle to reach your eye further away. Now, when you go in higher elevation, that angle, yeah, of incidence is much smaller. Therefore, light has more intensity. It doesn't loses that much.
So you're
But
attributing
reflections of light at different angles, yeah, they do affect how far you can see.
yes. Are you attributing the disappearance? I want to ask if you are you attributing the disappearance of objects in the distance due to the absorption and attenuation of light
Yes,
being a large
yes,
factor?
yes.
Also, mainstream science would agree. I don't know if Scott agrees.
I don't think mainstream science would agree with that.
Of course they would.
Then why does it show up when
Everybody
you
agrees on
go?
perspective, dude. Like, come on.
But why does it go
Yeah.
away when you move up 50 feet? If I just climbed up a tower 50 feet, I could see those boats.
Whatever, Scott, man. Time to go home, dude.
Well, I could.
Do you have a claim about it, Scott?
Yeah, I think it's because the Earth is curving, and it's blocking my vision. It's blocking my direct line of sight to those boats in that
Yeah,
marina.
well,
That's my
your
claim.
No
your
sense arguing with him,
imaginary
man.
curve. Listen, infrared
I know.
video cameras piss off on your imaginary curve. Yeah.
You still
Infrared
arguing celestial navigation, Scott?
infrared light is the least refractive light, the least. So the military, they are taking the refraction of infrared light, they take it as negligible. Yeah, negligible when they shoot targets 150 kilometers far away. They are hitting the target with a precision of couple centimeters. Yeah. And that kind of precision is more than sufficient for missiles. Yeah. So they can shoot a missile through your
Bedroom
window. Yeah, bedroom window. 150 kilometers far away. And if your bedroom door is open, yeah, and they have a straight line of sight, they can shoot through that too straight into your bathroom or your kitchen with infrared light.
I have no idea how to respond to any of that, so I will pass.
Well, where is the curvature? When you use infrared cameras, yeah, infrared lasers, infrared light, you have a straight line of sight of 150 kilometers. These are the most advanced technological achievements of the military. So these cameras, yes, they really are military tech, you know. We don't get, as civilians, we are not allowed to buy those. You in America, you cannot buy one of those cameras, not even the ones made in China, which cost about $5,000. But they can identify the face of a man. They tell you what person it is 6 miles away, and they can tell you the model of a car at 30 miles away. Yeah, so it doesn't just tell you that that object is a car. It tells you exactly what make it is.
30 miles away, Scott. Explain it.
Yes.
Prove it's
And
true.
that
What do you
camera,
mean
that
prove it's true,
camera,
dude?
Yeah.
that camera
You
is
just look
military
with your own eyes,
grade,
for fuck's sake.
and I can buy it.
Look across a body of water, Scott, and you can see the other side, and you know it's like
Yeah.
20 miles or 30 miles away, and you can still see it, man.
Still see what? I just told you I could not see a marina from where I was sitting in the ocean on Huntington Beach. What are you saying I should have been able to see or should not have been able to see?
So your head was like 3 foot above the water. Not sure what you should be able to see, huh?
Maybe it was under the water. Maybe it was raining.
I could see the top of Catalina Island, which I think maximum peaks are somewhere like 2,000 feet. And when I heard it was 2,000 feet, I was really surprised because it doesn't look like it's 2,000 feet because I'm only seeing part of it. How else do I explain that? Give me an explanation for it, man. Anybody?
Why? How you see it? How you see an? He wants to know how he sees an entire mountain, right? Like, and he can pretty
No,
much like
just the
squish
top
it in
half.
his fingers. Why does it look? Why does it look so tiny, like in the distance? Yeah, because
Oh,
shit
that's
shrinks in the
perspective.
distance. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
perspective.
okay. I appreciate you answering your own question.
But in my understanding of perspective, the top and the bottom shrink in proportion to each other. The bottom doesn't disappear and the top stay.
Welcome to perspective.
You're calling
Is
the mountain
there a
like you're denoting them. You're denoting the mountain to have like a top and bottom. That's also like, but it's your field of view, right? Like perspective is your field of view. It doesn't really care if there's a mountain within it or anything else. Doesn't just start at the,
What?
like if you were to put like a mountain and then like a cat and then something on top of that and something on top of that. Perspective isn't going to like shrink each thing individually. It's just a holistic view. Yeah.
All we have to do is refute the idea that it's a spherical edge, right? That it's curvature, which we have done.
But no, you haven't actually.
So yes. So when you see something that confirms your bias, right?
It's not a
You will
bias.
say,
Go ahead.
it's physical geometric obstruction. And when we present something to you that goes against your bias, you say, that's refraction. So can you please pick one? Which one is it?
He doesn't know because
it's the one that corresponds with
illiterate.
reality. It's the one that corresponds with everything that we've measured and all the research
With
we've
your
done into
bias.
things.
With your
What is my bias?
bias.
What do you think my bias is? I guess that's the
That
important
you
question.
live on a sphere. That you live on a
But
sphere is your bias.
why do you think I'd want to believe I live on a sphere?
Because that's what you've been taught. That's what you've been told all your life.
Yeah. It's been your whole lifetime paradigm.
You see my picture in the chat?
But I've rejected lots of things that I've been told early in life. Why would I not reject this one?
You only took one measurement into account, like like so far you've hand waved everything else, and you said tis globe, right? That's why I can't see
everything else so far.
Right, so you haven't taken anything else into account, and you have ignored and hand waved everything and anything else, whether it be light, whether it be the atmosphere, whether it be raining, whether it be fog. It doesn't matter, whatever your field of view was. If you had one eye open, you haven't given anything other than it's because of a globe. That's
okay,
it. So that's why your bias is showing.
Let's review everything that I've ignored so far. So far, I took into account refraction for certain observations. What else did I ignore?
What's refraction? I've
Yeah.
never heard it before. Could you define it?
Well, you just made a statement that I've ignored everything. I've hand waved away everything. I would like to know what you think I've hand waved away.
You actually conflated